marks a profound moment for our nation. Various condolence messages are still coming in from across the globe. Yesterday, Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro also extended his condolences to the founding family as well as the entire Namibian nation. Maduro said Dr. Nujoma's fight for the dignity of people transcended his nation because, the president says, he was a man who dedicated his life to just causes, becoming one of those we call essential in the revolutionary work for a more just and humane society. We also saw the men in uniform paying their last respects at the residence of the founding father. The Inspector General of the Namibian Police Force, Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo, has assured the nation that law enforcement agencies will continue to maintain law and order throughout the mourning period. The different committees have been established in that regard, he added. Now, General Shikongo also said that assurance can be given, particularly to the Nujoma family, where he narrated how the forces handled the news of the passing of the late president that happened on Saturday, the 8th day of February 2025. Today we continue to unpack the legacy of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, focusing on his impact on regional development. To discuss this, we'll be speaking to a number of first citizens across the country. And joining us is our very own first Khomas regional first citizen, that's Governor Laura Macleod-Kashirwa, to tell us more about the impact of Dr. Sam Nujoma. Good morning, Governor, and thank you so much for making time for this special tribute broadcast. And our sincere condolences to you and to the people of the Great Khomas region.
Good morning, Kirsten.
Governor, perhaps we can start at the beginning. What do you believe this means for Namibia? What do you believe this means for the Khomas region and its capital, Windhoek, the passing of our liberation hero, that is Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma?
Let me first thank you for inviting me and having me this morning. Yes, Namibia is mourning. We are mourning a hero. We are mourning an icon. We are mourning a founding father and the first president of the Republic of Namibia. Now, on behalf of Khomas region, on my own behalf and my family, I'm also paying my condolences and tribute to this Namibian icon. It was on Saturday, the 8th of February, when we had the sad news that the founding president has left us. Kirsten, I must tell you that it's very important and to put in context that I am refusing to accept that the founding is gone. But of course they say time heals. I came to know the founding father of the Republic of Namibia when I left this country in 1975. I met him for the first time in my life in Zambia, Lusaka. And I have known him until 2025. So to let him go is not going to be easy with me. And I have regarded him since the day when I met him as a father figure. For some of us who went into exile, we did not hate our parents. And therefore he stood in as our parents, as our commander-in-chief, as a leader. And mind you, he's also not just a Namibian leader. He's an African and a world leader. That's how I know Sam Nujoma.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Now, having heard you share with us that you've met him in 1975 in Lusaka, back then already, what do you make of the role that he played, how instrumental he was to see to it that ultimately this country attains independence and is to become the Namibia that we enjoy today?
Yeah, I think I will also join my countrymen and women who are saying, had it not been for the perseverance of Sam Nujoma, maybe Namibia could have not been independent today. Some of us went into exile, coming from different backgrounds, from different tribes and what have you. But when we were in exile, we were all one under his wings. And I remember vividly well that if you did not go for military training, he then was saying people must go academically as well. And that was in preparation for Namibia to be free tomorrow. Because that was the dream of everybody. Majority of us who went into exile, the intention was to go and free Namibia. It was under his wing when the United Nations Institute for Namibia, under the leadership of our late comrade Hage Geingob, was established in Lusaka, and I was a second intake of that institute. And obviously, when you look at the majority of the people that are in the leadership and management of this country are products of the United Nations Institute for Namibia. His intention was, while others are fighting, we cannot at the end of the day get independence and not be able to run the country. So therefore, United Nations Institute was introduced. The students were sent to many different countries under, of course, his leadership. His word was his command. When he says this happen, it happens. And some of us are refusing to accept he's no more with us.
Speaking of which, Madam Governor, how painful is it for us as Namibians? Barely a year after we lost our sitting president, the third president of the Republic of Namibia, whom you just shared with us, was also heading UNIN at the time in Zambia. This loss struck us again.
This thing, I think it's too hard on us. But everything happens for reasons. One would want to believe. And then again, this is not within our control. Somebody is controlling and somebody is doing them. So at the end of the day, us is to accept and move on. But it has been very heavy. Barely 1 year, we are again into to the passing of our founding father. It's really painful for a nation. It's just too heavy to carry. But they say, those that read Bibles, they say God cannot give you problems that you cannot handle. So I want to believe at the end of the day, as a nation, we would be able to handle this situation. And it's a must handle. We will handle it. Yeah.
Governor, from your perspective, which were Dr. Nujoma's key accomplishments?
You may not narrate Nujoma's accomplishment within an hour. That I can assure you. The many years he spent on this earth, 95 years, and he started as a young boy around 16, 15 years old. And for you to sit here and expect that somebody will narrate and tell you a story of all those 95 years, it's just not going to be possible. But I can tell you, as I said earlier on, the independence that we enjoy today and freedom of the Republic of Namibia is because of Comrade President Sam Nujoma, the Commander-in-Chief of Plan then. And it's because of Sam Nujoma that this country is intact. The peace that he used to preach. Of course, typical Namibians sometimes will think that people are making a noise. But at the end of the day, when they leave us, that's when we realize the importance of what has been said. Remember, it was at independence when he introduced the reconciliation policy. And some of us were like, can we forget and forgive? There were some kind of mixed feelings. But as visionary leader as he was, he would see where we could not see. He would plan for the future. And therefore, at the end of the day, there was peace. There was unity in this country. And like they say, Namibia is the only country we knew, even if some of us were in exile. At the end of the day, we are back home. And we are back home doing good. Doing good because we belong here. So a lot has been done by the late president. And we really cannot narrate everything. But we have some real issues that, if you also remember SWAPO and plan, they were what is the right word? They were integrated. To say, let's integrate these two forces and make a Namibian defense force. And that was done under him. And that's why I'm saying, at independence, some of us had very different understanding and trying to see things run other way. But he knew what he was doing. And this is the independence that we are enjoying. The independence that we are enjoying of saying anything and live anywhere where you want to live is because of him and nobody else.
Thank you for
sharing. Of course,
that.
and his team.
Do you believe that Namibians, particularly young Namibians, realized the value of the peace that we are enjoying, and more so realized the immense sacrifice, the price that was paid to attain this? Have we sufficiently internalized that? Are we appreciative of it?
We are not really going to be too hard on them, but I think to a certain extent, you have the young Namibians who really understood where we are coming from and where we are and what is the intention, where do we want to go. But of course, in every given nation, you will have that group that may not use any bad word, but maybe that is not interested in the politics. Sometimes they say politics is a dating game. We are not interested. But then on the other side, you are saying, but what is politics? Politics is even the air that we breathe.
Yes.
So we have some work to do in order for us to make every Namibian child understand where this country is coming from. The other day I was saying in Radio Chiherero, I said, somebody asked me, why did you go into exile? I said, yes, number one, I went into exile because I didn't like the system that was in the country. As young as I was 14 years old. I went into exile because I wanted to free this country from the yoke of colonialism. And it was those days when you go into a shop, it's either blankets or knee blankets. You get a bench at a recreation facility and it's written blankets and knee blankets. You go, you want to go and buy bread, you are told you cannot buy white bread because you are not white, you are black. So you better buy brown or black bread. So all these things were happening. And no wonder, this is a legacy that started long back. Even when the founding president will say, when our settlers came, they said, we want land. And Jose Akutako by then said, please get the bucket and collect land for these people and give them. And they said, no, that's not the land we want. We want a piece of land. We want the hectares. And they said, no, that land belongs to my people. So there was an era of segregation, an era of real apartheid. Even that maybe some of us were still young not to feel it, but our parents were feeling it. And therefore we felt and thought, maybe let's take the yoke of try and fight and liberate this country.
Thank you for sharing
and
that.
And that's where we are coming from. That's where we are coming from.
Thank you. Many have hailed Dr. Nujoma for his decisive leadership, the fact that he could take a decision when necessary and stand by that decision and own up to it. What is your take on that decisive aspect of his approach to leadership?
That's my founding president. I said his word is his command. And that will take me to a question of discipline. We were so disciplined Namibians because the leader of that era, when he says it goes, when he gives a command, people will listen. And that is how we learned and came to know him. So there was no joke about it. If he said A must be done, and A must be done. And mind you, he was a very consultative leader, that at the end of the day, if he gives you an order, he will make sure that he comes back and he asks you what happened. And that is the consultation that I'm talking about. And he would also equally would want to consult. He will ever be calling you on the phone. He will ever be asking you, come in, I want to talk to you. But it was his character, and I think it worked well with him. And that is how he controlled discipline. And the people would be understanding what he wanted and what he wanted to do. I even want to remember when there was the issue of the building of the State House came into play. There were some opposition leaders who were saying, no, we don't need a state house. This state house for what? Let money be used for something else and something else. And he said, no, state house where I'm going to build. Although he did not sit in that state house. And at the end of the day, when people went and saw this state house, it's our pride. We are priding ourselves with that very same state house. And that is an indication that he was very decisive. If he says, I'm going to do that, he will do it. And he will succeed with the team of his group.
Thank you. Now, hearing you say that his word was his command, and speaking about that decisive leadership, speaking about owning the decisions that he took, what is it that present-day leaders can learn from him? What page can we take from this book?
We can actually learn a lot from founding President Sam Nujoma. As I was saying, he was a father figure. Kisting, let me tell you a story. Some of us who went to exile, for example, we are doctors, we are professors. And mind you, from our own individual background, we might have not even attained such an academic. But because through him, we are who we are today. And really, therefore, this is an icon that majority of us are appreciating. Backgrounds plays a very important role, and education, again, is another issue. If you remember vividly very well, at independence, he introduced what was known as a literacy program, very well known as adult education, deliberately. And there was an issue attached to that when it was being said, you know what, old age people are getting their pension money, but at the end of the day, it's like you cannot count your money and other people are using your money. So at least people must be told how to count, how to read. And that program is until today running. And the majority of our pensioners are telling you that we really benefited from that program. We are able to count our coins very well. You cannot come and rob me. I know how much it is. Even if I send you to the shop and say, go and buy me bread,
I will know what change to expect.
I know what my change is going to be.
Yeah.
So it is him and nobody else. So we really have learned a lot from him. We do.
What do we need to do, all of us, including the people of the Great Khomas region, to continue honoring his legacy?
We shouldn't forget that President Nujoma loved the people of Namibia until across the borders, the African continent. Nujoma will preach peace. And some of us would be thinking that his rhetoric is just too much. But I can tell you and assure you now that he is gone. This is the time we realize why he was saying it. You know, the Nigerians will say, and that's why I'm calling him a visionary leader, you can even climb the Iroko tree, but you as a young person will not see where I'm seeing, because you are not visionary as I am. You have not seen what I have seen. So therefore, the peace that he insisted on, and the notion of one Namibia, one nation. And the very notion that President Hage Geingob, may his soul rest in peace, came and built on is to say, let's build a Namibian house. Plaster it, we don't want to see those bricks. Let's all become one Namibia, one nation. And if we are one Namibia, one nation, we'll be able to love and to cherish one another. And that's the most important thing, is that aspect of unity.
Governor, what will you miss most about President Sam Nujoma?
I will mostly miss him when he calls you on the phone. He calls you on your phone and he says, where are you? No, I'm where. I want to talk to you. And you run there. The last time I went to see him, I went with the aviation group to his residence to visit him. That's the real time that I spoke to him. And he was even like saying, where's your picture? I want your picture to be put on the wall here among others. And foolishly I did not take it serious. I did not take that picture in. Now yesterday as I was seated there and I'm looking at the wall, I said, man, My picture should have been here because this is legacy. This is legacy. But those are some of the small mistakes that we make. But one also would want to understand that visionary part of him to say, bring that picture. What was the issue all about? So I really remember him when he points that finger. That finger, when that finger is pointed towards you, you must get worried. If you are not worried, then I don't know. So he is a father. He was our father. And really on behalf of the Commerce Regional Council, the people of Commerce, this is an icon that we must cherish. People don't die, they say. They only went to rest. And we will remain knowing this icon of the Republic of Namibia. We'll cherish him. We'll honor him. We'll follow his footsteps. He was a commander. Yeah.
Will you in due course also share with us if there are specific arrangements on the part of the Commerce Regional Council to honor him?
Yeah, no, definitely, yes. If, for example, I wanted to take the Commerce Regional Council to the residents, but it got cancelled yesterday evening because they said programs will now be starting at 12 o'clock.
Today.
And then the vigil will be at 6 o'clock evening. So we must just hold on and expect from them to call us in. So those are some of the program. Other program probably will be looking at constituency levels, because when you look at the setup of Commerce Region, most part behind me here is the informal settlement.
And quite vast.
And quite vast, and one wonders whether did everybody hear the message. So it is encompasses upon the constituency councillors also to take that mobilization up and to make sure that everybody knows what has happened on the 8th of February in this beautiful Republic of Namibia.
Governor, for residents from Commerce tuned in at the moment who may be heartbroken, who may be very sad, do you perhaps have a message for your fellow residents? My
message to, not necessarily to Commerce Region, but to the Namibians, we are all in this, especially the First Lady, the family, the sons, the grandchildren, grandchildren, and every Namibians. Of course, our fellow neighbors, like the other day, a week ago, I had a delegation from Kunene Province, Angola, and yesterday I received a message from my counterpart, the governor there, also mourning with us. So we are the land of the brave, and we'll stand by that. And we are trying to go to be that strong, but we are also being told, don't stop your tears. Cry if you can, so that you cry it out, and nobody can stop you, because the feeling that we are feeling is just not normal. So I really think that Namibians will unite more, and Namibians will become more Namibians, and Namibians will start realizing what they need to do and not to do as a nation for us to get out victorious and strong.
Perhaps a final, last word before we let you go, Governor.
Lastly, yes, we are mourning. We still do not have the arrangements in terms of when are we going to lay our founding president to rest. So we must mourn like, we should not mourn like people who do not have faith. We must have a belief that we'll go through this whole exercise together. It's not the first time. We tried last year and we managed, and I want to believe we are also going to manage. So on behalf of the Commerce Region, of course, and as well all the Namibians, let's mourn our president. Let's mourn him. He deserves that. He has done. We are also celebrating a life well lived. 95 is not a joke. You look at those ages and you look at yourself and you know, oh, 95 is not a joke. Will some of us get there? I doubt. We are not going to make it. But those who made it, are the lucky ones. So seriously, let's all mourn in peace, and let's all of us commit ourselves to bring him to rest and put him at the last end where we want him to be.
Condolences once again. Condolences once again to you and to the people of the Great Khomas region, and thank you very much for holding space for us as a region, as our first citizen.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. There you have it. We're commemorating the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who passed away in the Namibian capital this past Saturday, 8 February 2025. And that was the first citizen of the Great Khomas region, Governor Laura McClark-Kashirwa, telling us that President Nujoma's word was his command. Our colleague Stefan Uirap, who's based in SWAPO in the Orongo region, is on standby for further engagements as far as commemorating, as far as paying homage to the life and legacy of Dr. Nujoma is concerned. Welcome back. A visual depiction of the life and legacy of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Our colleague Stefan Uirap and the team are on standby in SWAPO for an engagement. We now cross over to them.
Yes, the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, had different ways of touching lives in Namibia and abroad. One of the lives that were touched by him is the third mayor of Walvis Bay, Master King Mandume, joining us live today to talk about his experience with him during their encounters. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Stefan.
What were some of the encounters that we have before we got there? Tell us, how did you find out about the news?
It was early in the morning, on Sunday morning, when we have a chat. We did not yet, went to bed that time. When the message came in, my other brother alerted me that breaking news will be announced very soon. And when it came as a shock, but anyway, it was something that we possibly expected. Although we know that the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma was one of the legendary person in our lives, and also been taken care of as a revolutionary leader of our generation. Yeah.
Now, during exile, I believe you have encountered his wonderful touch by him teaching you, him showing you the way of being a perfect leader within this land of the brave. Please guide us through how you met with him and what fun memories do you have of him.
I remember when I was in the 80s, been inspired by knowing this person, just read about him, and all of us been inspired by the spirit of him.
Welcome back. Our sincere apologies for not being able to bring you that engagement on account of technical challenges. We are attending to those, and we will bring you the engagement as soon as possible. Now, as we continue to reflect on the impact of the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, especially on regional development, we now engage the chairperson of the Governors Forum, who's also the governor, the first citizen of the Great Otjadonjupa region, that is Governor James Weruka. Good morning, Governor, and thank you so much for making time for this special tribute broadcast.
Good morning, Denver. Good morning, dear listeners in the Republic of Namibia.
Our sincere condolences to you and to the people of the great Nujoma region, Governor.
Indeed, it's a solemn occasion. It's quite a difficult time to us as Nujoma residents because, as you know, the founding president was not only a resident of Omusati, but also that of Nujoma region, considering he's also farming in our region at our special place called Etunda. So the region of Nujoma, indeed, within a span of 1 year, we are mourning the passing of our great leaders, following the last year's passing on of our late president, the third president, Dr. Hage Geoffrey Geingob, and now this time around, a big knock as far as Nujoma, Namibia, Africa, and the globe at large is concerned, the passing of our late founding father, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Governor, it's particularly difficult. We were just touching base with your counterpart from the great Xumas about how Namibia and her people have barely recovered because it's only been a year, and now we have to deal with this big knock. Perhaps you can tell us how the year's been for you and how with difficulty Namibians have tried to move on, but here we are again.
Thank you very much. The year in the Republic of Namibia, as we were about to recover from the passing of our late president, Dr. Hage Geoffrey Geingob, and you might be aware that the passing on of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma is exactly just 4 days in between from the passing of the late Dr. Hage Geoffrey Geingob last year. Now, this year we went into a remembrance phase where, as a nation, we came together, led by His Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, to remember the late president. Just as we are about to recover from that, indeed, the information came to us that indeed our founding president is no more. As a nation, we are finding it difficult to understand what happens because of the earth. We as a people, we are in the flesh, and only the Almighty God knows better. Indeed, this is indeed an important time this time around as a nation for us to unite and understand that above everything else, indeed, it all shall be well, because our leaders have paved a strong foundation of resilience, determination, and courage, and it is their spirit that is carrying us through this difficult time. And indeed, we shall overcome as a nation. We would have to hold hands and remain steadfast in the spirit of our president, founding father, commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force, the first commander, the first president of the Republic of Namibia, and indeed a commander of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, a torch bearer, a trailblazer, an iconic leader who have led Namibia through difficult times before independence and after independence, selflessly so for the total liberation of Namibia and for the prosperity of our nation at large.
You're touching on the heart of the matter, namely the foundational leadership provided by President Nujoma. And although you were one of the young governors appointed by the late President Geingob, you're certainly very well aware of the immense sacrifice and the incredible role that President Nujoma had played. From your perspective, please let's take it a step further and unpack that role regarding and which culminated in the liberation of our people and ultimately the establishment and the development of what was to become Namibia.
When you look at the path walked by the late president, founding president Dr. Nujoma, at his young and tender age, he decided to forgo everything, went to work in Walvis Bay. It is during that time in Walvis Bay that, of course, he would start to be exposed to the whole total meaning of what struggle is about, of what colonialism is about. And following that, it ignited in him a spark of revolution, a spark of saying, indeed, I need to do more as a person. And he then moved to Windhoek, where he was working in a railway company. And be that as it may, the founding president then was attending night classes. These night classes actually brought about a lot of Namibians to now start to mobilize that we need to stand up and wage war against this, because we cannot allow this Bantu education system. And indeed the whole fight was about the labor system, an unfair labor system and labor practices that were put in place against the black citizens of this country, the black Namibians, and as a result, the founding president and other leaders, they decided to say, enough is enough. Let's wage war and fund liberation of our country. Importantly, I recall at an occasion, founding president's biggest words were that he was encouraged by then countries such as Zambia, that have gained independence, 1964, Tanzania, 1960, Zimbabwe in 1980, and indeed countries such as Angola and Mozambique in 1974, that indeed they, as a people, need to organize themselves and be able to wage war and fight against colonialism. That path was not an easy one, because it is that path that today led to us as Namibia being a free country and a democratic state, for us to come and sit like this and without any harassment, without anything. And as a people, and as a result, we cherish that moment. We appreciate that. And as we are remembering the founding president, we also are celebrating a life well lived. A man of high integrity, a man of high personality, a man of high value, who stood strongly for nothing else but the total liberation of the Republic of Namibia, sacrificed his whole life for nothing else but the total liberation of Namibia. When you look at it, as a Shodonjipa resident and of course as a country at large, frontline states that came to support by then the initiative that allowed the founding president to be commanding our planned combatants, then to go into training with weapons and support that they got from leaders such as Agustino Netos and the others, have paved the way for Namibia indeed to be able to wage war against the nonsensical apartheid regime of South Africa. And that have paved the way for Namibia to be able to reach its goal. One of the key moments, Denver, and my dear viewers, is that, you know, one of the key things that the founding president stood up was that above everything else, Namibia will never be represented by anybody else. And the liberation of Namibia would come at a price, and that price is sacrifice of our youthful life, sacrifice of our own lives to ensure that we liberate Namibia. And you would remember that one of the events where he spoke to us as young people, by then he said, what made me to be who I am in the end is that as young people, you should stand against things such as alcoholism, social ills, and prioritize your lives towards education, towards ensuring that you as a people become better people for the Republic of Namibia. When you look at one example is that the first meeting that took place in the negotiations of Namibia's total liberation, the founding president will recall at a point to say, it was supposed to take place in Windhoek, that is now under the United Nations, but of course there was skepticism and so forth. And then the venue was eventually changed to Cape Town. They couldn't agree. And the meeting took place in Geneva, where founding president and Torres flew from here, Luanda, all the way to Paris, and from Paris to Geneva. But what was profound to me when he was recalling to us this moment is that when he got to the venue, a hall under the League of Nations by then in Geneva, it was that the place that was arranged for the SWAPO delegation by then to come and sit for the negotiation, the secretary was supposed to usher them to that very place, have actually abandoned the post and left. And the South African delegation, the Boers from South Africa who came by then to negotiate on this, eventually happened to have been seated at the SWAPO party place. And President Nujoma physically went to remove one of them and to say that indeed never and never will Namibia be represented by anybody else while we are alive. We're here to represent Namibia and we will do so. He delivered his statement and he walked out.
It speaks to the quality of fearlessness, Governor. And one task that's certainly a mammoth task on this platform, and it'll be your assignment shortly, but to single out what his greatest accomplishment was from your perspective. And it's certainly difficult to just mention one, and you need not. But talk to us about which his key accomplishments or his key accomplishment was.
President Nujoma, first of all, the biggest accomplishment was the ability to mobilize the whole Southwest Africa by then. To mobilize everybody from all walks of life, irrespective of their ethnicity, origin, and creed, to say that the mission is to totally liberate Namibia. And President Nujoma created leaders in that process. He created leaders out of farmers. He created commanders out of general and ordinary Namibians who never knew that one day indeed they would become what they became. He would identify talent out of everyone, and whenever talent is identified, he will put you to the fore. So many occasions when you look at who the commanders are, the planned combatants and everybody else during that difficult time, President Nujoma ensured that indeed when you are given a task, he will mold you, he would actually assist you in the process of understanding what your role entails and what your responsibilities are. He valued your loyalty, he valued selflessness, he valued encouragement, determination, and of course bravery of ensuring that we should remain fearless and steadfast in the total liberation of our country. And never should we expect anybody to come and liberate us. But this liberation will not come on a silver platter, but rather indeed sacrifice will be the order of the day. You would recall that as a person himself, President Nujoma have led Namibia as a first democratically in a democratically elected country, being Namibia, in a free and independent Namibia. He's our first president, and he's the founding father of the Namibian nation, the first commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force in a democratic country. He would take an individual like the late President Dr. Hage Geingob and make him a prime minister, first of its kind, to lead our nation. And that is to tell you that indeed, that Nujoma was not about tribalism. He would look beyond those lines, even before independence. A strong believer in steadfastness. One of the key events, Denver and the dear listeners, you would remember that Walvis Bay was not at a point when, after liberation, the South Africans wanted to claim that Walvis Bay was not part of the German Southwest Africa, and as a result, Namibia cannot claim it. And that alone, President Nujoma decided to appoint the current president, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, to spearhead the negotiation process.
To get Walvis Bay back?
To get Walvis Bay back. And indeed, the instructions were clear. Go and get Walvis Bay back. And one of the key attributes that I'm learning and understanding every day when you are with your leaders is that President Nangolo Mbumba's key attribute is that he's a good listener and a good executor as far as instructions are concerned. He went into Walvis Bay, a foreign terrain in which the nonsensical South African regime have plotted and, of course, put in a strong system of governance. Number of Boers were around there. One of them was a police commander. So when President Mbumba visited Walvis Bay, he indeed was met with resistance of saying that I cannot talk to a Kafir. And that used to implicate that you are mediocre, you are less of a person in front of us as whites, and as a result, we cannot talk to you. But the interesting part
I'm mindful that that was an attribution, but we just need to be slightly mindful of the language, Honourable Governor.
So sorry. And what is important is that how the settlement came about. By then, Commissioner Anguo was sent, and he went to visit his counterpart, who was actually from the apartheid regime, a police commander. When Anguo visited him, he was having an AK-47, and he couldn't find the other colleague in the office, and he put his AK-47 on the desk. Upon return, he found Anguo in there, and he thought it was a war that is being waged, and that's how Walvis Bay actually, in the end, was attained.
And returned home.
And returned home without bloodshed and so forth. Today, as a country, we are firm, we are concrete, and we went through a process of peace and reconciliation. It was President Nujoma who even brought up the idea that before we even attain our independence, our constitution is signed and so forth, let's go into a process of creating a policy of national reconciliation, where we hold hands as various forces that were against each other. Now we can hold hands as people and say that we are united, let's build Namibia together. The first Constituent Assembly, President Nujoma appointed President Geingob to lead that very event as a chairperson of the Constituent Assembly. And within a short period of time, Namibia Constitution today is being held all over the world. And today, it was supposed to be our Constitution Day. But in honor of our president, it is postponed. That is high regard to our president. President Nujoma was a strong believer of education. We never had an education system in place. It was Bantu education. Secondary schools were limited only to the white minority children. There was no university of some kind. Today in Namibia, we have UNAM, we have NAST, we have IUM, and an array of universities, including medical schools. President Nujoma even went on to study geology, just to demonstrate to the young people that indeed education is key, and he is a qualified geologist. So indeed, in his legacy, we will follow, and President Nujoma's marching orders are clear that Namibia will never and never ever will it be colonized. We should believe in us turning the natural resources of Namibia to the benefit of the country. We should be principled, we should remain steadfast and hold hands, and a strong believer that Namibia as a country will will never be colonized again.
Governor, we have a responsibility, those of us who remain behind, following the death of both President Geingob and President Nujoma, to continue this legacy and execute the hard work. What exactly does that responsibility look like from your perspective?
What that responsibility looks like is that we as young people, we as young leaders that are now being molded into taking over the reins, President Nujoma having been the first wave leaders, special people and big characters and so forth. Now today we are actually in the space where we are taking that forward. We now as a country with a formidable system, strong processes, systems and institutions, we are ushering in our first female president, Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwah, taking the reins and ensuring that indeed the foundation of our founding fathers is built upon. It is our responsibility to support that very initiative and ensure that she drives this bus and this very big ship to its logical landing. And that is to ensure that we appreciate and regard one another. That's why unity and diversity have a meaning. We need to ensure that we prioritize education above everything else. On that, you would realize that at the Tunda farm in between Oshuarongo and Otavi, the founding president have established a school, a Tunda project school. And that is to ensure that the children of the farm workers get an opportunity of education. Our current president, Nangolo Mbumba, a strong believer that indeed we need to follow in that path. So as we usher in our president, Netumbo Ndaitwah, our responsibility is to support that and ensure that we glue our bricks that hold us together. President Geingob spoke strongly about a Namibian house in which nobody should feel left out. And the bricks were the various tribes, and then come in the glue that hold us together, and then on top is plastering to ensure that we are one. President Nujoma inculcating us a sense of belonging, a strong sense of patriotism, loyalty to your country, and ensure that do not allow your chapter to be written by a foreign national. Allow that Namibia should be living on, and education is a strong enabler. Founding president said, in education, let's promote education to ensure that we fight against poverty, fight against ignorance, fight against diseases, and grow our republic. In his footprint we will follow, and of course, in his dealings and in his leadership as a president, we will follow. Namibia, indeed, have lost a great man, great statesman, trailblazer, an iconic figure. But indeed, in his passing, we will celebrate and cherish the good moment that he has taught us, the strong patriotism that he has inculcated upon us, and as SWAPO party, that will be continuing up to the end.
Would you like to leave your fellow Namibians, your fellow residents from the great Otjozondjupa with a final message, Governor?
Residents of Otjozondjupa region and the Republic of Namibia at large, a dark cloud that is flowing, and of course, around the Republic of Namibia requires us as a people to put aside our differences, hold hands, and pay homage to our fallen leaders. A leader in the form of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, a leader who have paved way, sacrificed his whole youthful life and his whole life to this very moment. Let us call upon the Almighty God to provide solace and condolences to Meme Kovambo Nujoma, the whole Kondombolo family, my dear brother Utoni Nujoma, and the entire Nujoma family. Let us hold hands and support the family during this difficult time. And as Namibia, let us remain patriotic and follow the guidance of our President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and the central government during this difficult period. Let us observe what is given. We are told not to hold gatherings, workshops, symposium, trainings, and programs. Let us follow the guidance of the cabinet and the guidance of the central government. And indeed, Namibia is strong and firm. Go well, founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Go well, son of the soil, trailblazer. Go well, our icon. Go well, our liberation struggle leader. Person who have led us during difficult times. Know that Namibia is in good hands. We will carry on the battle towards economic emancipation. It is not an easy one, but indeed, with a strong foundation that you have laid, Meme Netumbo Ndaitwah will lead us to the promised land, and will stand strong behind his leadership. We are standing strong behind President Nangolo Mbumba during this difficult time. Person who have taken reins, and those reins are through difficult times. Remain strong. May God Almighty guide us through this difficult moment. God bless us, and God bless Namibia. Thank you very much.
okuhepa shinene
okuhepa
Governor.
mundu atate wakaenda mundu okoruyethu mulando mutwethu wakahao wakaenda ngumakarano bihando bithando bitwethu ngumatiri wapepo mata no mulando mutwethu shatwaponjira guhe na makarundurure kakuna mundu wari wakaenda mwacho mulando mutwethu ingo wakahao ngumatumushwa mu mibanda nupe yawe ya numatwaponjira nakapita nukena kukahingira tubali mwando wakaenda ngo yaitunda mulando wakaenda ngatulikota meneko tushiweko kusho Namibia yawithonjo yawithombo nduombe no apehemba pamairirwa matukarapo matu ya njonjo thikilonje hena pwita kaende na wa mundu watate kaende na wangandu chitwa hakaene wakwahere kona kumurishi mwa withonga ndanja tamba mamake Ovambo niyo merikara ngarire kumwekeri kushira nukukeriko tameneko tushiweko kusho Namibia yawitha mwasho mulando mutwethu shinene ngwekura nu matumuriro rure okuhepa shinene mukuru nguno charinge tushevere nunge tupe onjo thikilonje hena pwita tangi shinene.
There you have it, the first citizen of the great Nujoma region, Governor James Weruka, talking to us about the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
In 1950, there was no People's Party of Angola whose revolutionary forces routed. I will not say much about the hospitality that I got in this territory. Therefore, comrades, we must be vigilant. Let us not to be deceived by Viva! Viva South Africa! Viva! Viva Oliver Tambo! Viva! Viva Oliver Tambo! Viva! Comrades, first of all, on behalf of the SWAPO of Namibia and the SWAPO University of Namibia, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the unity and the Zambian government for having organized this rally. That this arms French of 100,000 children who were demonstrating against a barbaric and a useless language, Afrikaans, which cannot be used anywhere else. Comrades, we believe that what has been intended by force can only be regained and restored by force.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, a very good morning and a warm welcome to you and yours. You are tuned in to a special tribute broadcast. We pay homage to the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation. We now cross over to colleague Stefan Uirap, based in SWAPO in the Irango region, for an engagement in that regard.
Word mayor of will
consistent vein. We're not able to bring you that engagement at this moment. We'll try and tackle the challenge and bring that for you in a bit. We'll continue with this special tribute broadcast after a break. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. This is a special tribute broadcast paying homage to the life and legacy of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Joining us with his take on the legacy of Dr. Nujoma is Mr. Erginus Njala, the first citizen of the Umsati region. Good morning, Governor, and thank you so much for making time for this special tribute broadcast.
Yes, good morning.
Governor, where were you when the news reached you? Please talk to us about those circumstances.
Thank you very much. It was in the midnight of the 8th when somebody called me first to confirm if what he heard is true or not, because I was not aware of what had transpired. Although, yes, we were prepared to receive any news, because somebody informed us that the situation at hospital was critical and we must be ready anytime. But that is how it reached me. And I have to pause for a minute just to try to receive that message, to internalize it. Although, as a believer, one has just to take it as it is, but of course, it didn't come at the right moment.
That is against the backdrop of the fact that it's been barely a year since we lost the country's third president and sitting president, President Hage Geingob, Governor. What do you make of this additional blow that the country suffered whilst still dealing with the other loss?
For the past 2-3 days, I've been asking myself, what is really God tried to convey to the Namibian nation? There is something that we don't see, that God probably speaking with us, but we could not understand it. It's just painful. We have lost our sitting president, our third sitting president, Dr. Hage Geingob, on the 4th of February. And then on the 8th of February this year, we are losing our founding father and our founding president. it tells a story. But what is very important is I have, in my own view, to say probably there is something that we are doing that is not right, and it's a time to repent. And we have now to start looking at what are the wishes that our forebears have wished to complete, and probably that we are doing or not doing it correctly. I therefore, as a Namibian, as a believer, I think there's a time for self-introspection as a nation to understand these losses.
Governor, thank you for that take, and thank you for also helping us reflect on what certainly is a difficult moment and a complex dark cloud as far as Namibia is concerned. But I want us to, at this juncture, take a few steps back. What do you make of President Nujoma's contribution to the liberation of this country, to the establishment of what was to become Namibia and its development?
One have to prescribe Nujoma as Moses of our time. Comrade Nujoma from birth, taking now from the history that has been narrated. Since his younghood, he's just dreaming of fighting the colonialism and free Namibia. We therefore, with Tatekuru Sem, as we used to call him, he was a source of wisdom from God. God created him with that wisdom. And he took it to the level that he had now to inspire a lot of Namibians to stand up and then to fight against colonialism. Tatekuru Nujoma was not only a leader, he was a mentor to many of us. We believed in him because he had the foresight. He always was a fast thinker, somebody that can see something that will happen 10 or maybe 20 years ahead. Therefore, we really mourn a person who was blessed with wisdom. And we have taken a little that we could, and I think we are going to put it in a good use. Tatekuru Nujoma is a hero of this country, the commander of the commandos. He has been a pillar of unity of the Namibian nation. And therefore, we are mourning, but in the same time also celebrating a life well lived.
Governor, a lot has been said about his accomplishments, but from your perspective, which is the most notable achievement that has had, continues to have, and will have a long-lasting impact on Namibia?
Tatekuru Nujoma, if I may, starting counting about his achievements. First is our liberator. He has been liberated us from the yoke of colonialism. He has been a commander during our liberation struggle. He kept us for a period of 20 years, almost in exile. Then he brought us back to Namibia. He has established what we call currently the Republic of Namibia as the founding president. He has accomplished so many, and one of the most notable things is that he is the one who brought us the policy of national reconciliation, whereby a nation was divided, but he molded together, and then we become a Namibian nation. And he was a man that had sincere, and he was the captain of the ship for economic emancipation. A country, Namibia, in the stage where it is, is because of the foundation that was laid by Tatekulu Nujoma. And we, as the young ones, we just continue from the legacy that is already established.
Governor, what are your thoughts on President Nujoma's approach to leadership? Many have hailed his decisive approach to leadership, but what is your take?
Maybe the question, I did not hear it properly.
Talk to us about President Nujoma's approach to leadership, Governor.
Yes. No, he is a man that he believes in unity, meaning that he wants everybody to participate. If he has an idea, he's consulting, he was a consultative person. He consults and he takes a decision where it's necessary, but mostly he has to solicit the view of others. That is the reason majority of those who worked with him and myself, I like the way, the approach he used to, because he was a good listener. He listened, but in the same time he advised, and he wants everything to be accomplished as is planned.
Once the country became independent, one would imagine that the focus was shifted quite a bit. Let's talk about President Nujoma's vision for the country post-independence.
Comrade Nujoma was a visionary leader, as I said from the beginning. He have just immediately after he took over, he have brought some reforms. One of them is a land reform to redress the inequality in the land ownership. Then the second one was now to how to transform the economy, whereby he have adopted a policy of a mixed economy, that is now the public to allow the public and the private to make business together. And then he has envisioned now the Vision 2030. That is now the long-term vision, how we want to see Namibia going forward. And therefore, we still, up to now, some of those policies that have put in place, we are still using them up to date. And that vision is still a vision for the country that he have envisioned while he was a sitting president.
Governor, as we wrap up our conversation this morning, do you have a message for your fellow residents of Umsati, a message to fellow Namibians during this difficult time?
Yes. My message to everybody for the whole nation is that, yes, we are mourning the passing on of our founding president. We are mourning our hero. But in the same time, we have also to appreciate and celebrate his life. His legacy will live on, and we have just to do the right thing as he wishes to. One is that Namibia is now our time to unite as a nation, to start loving one another, and then to pause a little bit and make self-introspection of what God probably want to tell us. I therefore, on behalf of myself and that of the residents of Umsati, we convey our sincere condolences to the Nujoma's family, the widow, the children, and the whole entire Nujoma family for their loss. And we call upon all Namibians to mourn in peace and celebrate the life of our hero in unity, in diversity.
Thank you, Nene, Governor.
No, thank you very much.
Ewa. There you have it, the first citizen of Umsati, Governor Erkines Njala, referring to the late President Sam Nujoma as a Moses of our time. We'll continue with this special tribute broadcast after a break.
We cannot sit idle while many of our people still bear the burden of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. I can think of no more noble objective to pursue than the realization of the aspirations of our people to be self-reliant and to depend on their native intelligence and labor in order to transform their dreams into reality.
Welcome back. You tuned into a special tribute broadcast where we pay homage to the life and legacy of the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who passed away in the Namibian capital aged 95 this past Saturday, 8 February 2025. We now engage the first citizen of Ovamboland, that is Governor Sebastian Daitunga, for his stake. Good morning, Governor, and thank you so much for making time for us. Governor Daitunga, good morning, and thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Governor, it's a very difficult time for Namibia and her people. How has the experience been for you and residents of Ovamboland?
Indeed, it's a very devastating time. It's a very difficult time that at this moment everybody is mourning our founding father, the demise of our founding father, and the Ovamboland residents, just like every citizen of this country or resident of Namibia, we are in a mourning mood. It's a devastating news that we received, that our founding father is no more.
Governor, please take us back to some of your encounters with the late President Nujoma. Share with us some anecdotes, some particularly memorable moments that you had with him.
Indeed, our founding president, during the liberation struggle, is the president of SWAPO and the commander-in-chief of the plan, the military wing of SWAPO, treated us as equal ensuring that we have the opportunity, equal opportunity during the liberation struggle. And I was really impressed in 1976 when Comrade President Nujoma sent his own son, Nujoma, to the battlefield, and his brother or cousin that we have met at the northern front. If it was someone who could not allow his son to go to risk areas, danger, he decided that Nujoma should go to the battlefield and fight just like any other person. He waged the war against the brutal regime of apartheid in Namibia and in Southern Africa. Successfully led the SWAPO to victory, the armed struggle, and in the 1989 elections, and he led Namibia, a united nation, to its successful and standing a country that stood or stands tall in the world. It's a peace-loving country, well united, and therefore all of us in Namibia, we regard our founding father as a unifier, a military strategist, a visionary leader, because after independence, he made sure that he put up visions that will take Namibia to a higher height. As we remember, we didn't have a railway from Chumebe to Chicago. As we remember, we didn't have a highway from Katima to Ruakana. And he even had a vision that there should be a highway or road all the way from Katima to the Atlantic Ocean, the coast of Atlantic Ocean, that side of Moy Bay and the other area there. And as we remember, he had a vision to bring water from all the way from DRC to Southern Africa. It's a leader who is having an eagle eye. And we will dearly miss him. Not only Namibia, we could say Southern Africa, Africa as a whole, and the peace-loving world will all of us miss him.
Thank you so much, Governor. Now, what we do know is that President Nujoma was not the only one who fought for the liberation of this country. But what distinguishes his sacrifice? What discerns his contribution to the independence, to the liberation of this country from that of others?
Nujoma is a charismatic leader, a brave leader. For an organization to achieve its objective, should have a clear objective, clear vision, clear goals. And Nujoma was leading a team of brave, visionary compatriots, combatants. I can really mention some that Comrade Nujoma had a team of brave leaders like Nanyembas, the Moshianges, the Dimo Amambo, the Nakadas, the Orionjabas. All of these formed the team of leadership of SWAPO, And those one who were the military wing, that is plan, that assisted Nujoma to lead the SWAPO movement to wage this difficult struggle against the most powerful regime of apartheid in Africa. And because of his leadership, SWAPO, with its military wing plan, and the other solidarity nations like Angola, Cuba, Soviet Union were able to dismantle and bury the regime of apartheid once and forever. Therefore, it's a leader who has never wavered. And he encouraged us and inculcated in all of us to always be determined, focused, and never waver in a cause, in a just and a fair cause for the liberation of our country. And today we cherish his leadership of non-wavering.
Governor, it's difficult to narrow it down, but which do you deem as his most notable accomplishment, his most notable achievement?
I can't hear you, please.
Which do you regard as his most notable achievement, Governor?
One of the achievements, the achievement of President Nujoma, first, the liberation struggle until the independence of our country. He led the organization SWAPO and the liberation struggle until the logical conclusion, and that is the independence and the freedom of our country. Secondly, he immediately after independence, he introduced a policy of national reconciliation, that the two parts of belligerent parties should reconcile, and we should bury the past, and we should stand together to build this nation. And that policy is a policy that brought together brothers and sisters in this country to stand together as one nation, as one people, with one objective, to make sure that we live in an independent Namibia as one nation, as one people. And that contributed to, until today, to have a stable, peaceful Namibia. And that is a remarkable achievement of Comrade the President Sam Nujoma, a remarkable achievement of our people, a remarkable achievement of our democracy.
Governor Datunga, as a leader yourself, you would know that at times one has to take a decision that may not be the popular one, but is the one that has regard to the greater good and the well-being of your people. Talk to us about your perspective on Dr. Nujoma's approach to leadership, please.
I can't hear you very well. You are very far.
What do you make of Dr. Nujoma's approach to leadership, Governor?
To the leadership.
What do you make of his approach to leadership? What type of leader was he?
Nujoma was a good leader. It's a unifier. And Nujoma embraced everybody. And Nujoma has a consultative leadership. Nujoma embraced everybody independently of colors, tribe, or creed. And Nujoma was, in some cases, a non-nonsense leader. Because he likes people who are hardworking, people who are patriots, people who are loyal to their nation, who are loyal to the country, and hard work. Nujoma is a person who didn't like laziness. And therefore, as much as he is accommodating, is tolerant. Nujoma is a straightforward and will never tolerate lazy people. Hence, he inculcated the hard work. In every Namibian, he gave an example of hard work. And also given an example to all young people to study hard for their country, for our country. Even when he retired, he was enrolled in the University of Namibia, in the Department of Engineering, to tell or to give example to the young ones that education has got no age. And that example needed to be emulated by our young ones. We have people who are complaining every time. Nujoma made sure that inculcate in our youth physical working, hand working, putting effort in every endeavor to make sure that our country develop. As I gave the example of the railway from Chumeb to Oshikambo, he was there physically, inculcating discipline, work discipline, inculcating patriotism, in making sure that our country is developed, but it should be developed by ourselves. So it's a leader who didn't like lazy people. It's a leader who unified this country. The apartheid regime tried to divide this country by emphasizing on issues of types. Tribe what? Race what? Nujoma made sure that when he took over, all of us, independently from whatever corner you came from, we should regard as one nation and one Namibia.
Governor, it's 20 years.
We should cherish that leadership.
Yes.
And we will miss that leadership. And this world will never be the same to Nujoma, Fidel Castro, Agustin Neto, Robert Mugabe, and the others of his generation who fought for the liberation of the continent of Africa.
Thank you, Governor. It's 20 years since President Nujoma left office. However, he had a specific vision for our country. In what ways do you see that vision continue come to life, continue playing out, Governor?
It is vivid and clear that the legacy of Nujoma continue. That legacy continued, that visionary leadership continued with President Pohamba, with President Hage, with President Bumba, with the incoming President Netumbo. That vision, that goal will always continue because it is a well-designed program, by the country that legacy should continue to develop our country. And it is vital that when you see the continuation of development in infrastructure, in education, in health, in diplomacy, that legacy that started with Sam Nujoma continue with the leadership of this country. And it is vivid in our society. it is seen in our society. With difficulties it brings, but it continues the legacy, it continues the leadership that is continuously taking over through democratic process in our country.
Governor, speaking of difficulties, which were the significant challenges that President Nujoma encountered during his tenure, and how did he overcome those challenges?
Of course, we took over a country which was underdeveloped in terms of infrastructure, in terms of education. Remember, there was a Bandustanization in this country, is to harmonize the issue of education, to come up with a budget to develop infrastructure, communication, that is telecommunications, agriculture. Still we have a problem in agriculture, but it's those difficulties that Nujoma looks into to develop a green scheme to produce food, to have a budget for road network infrastructure. Remember that we didn't have a road from Katima to Ruakana, the other roads that were just gravel roads. Today we can talk about all these roads. Most of the roads are bad roads, bitumen roads, and also to harmonize to unite the country that was divided by the apartheid regime. These were challenges from the beginning. Issues of security, setting up proper police force that respects the dignity and the human rights of citizens, setting up defense that can really be prepared, trained in humanitarian laws to protect our nations. Those were many challenges to establish diplomatic missions to ensure that Namibia shines among the free nations in the world.
Governor Daitunga, do you have a final message perhaps for your fellow residents of Ovamboland and for the nation at large?
Yes, indeed. I will plead with all the President of Ovamboland and Namibia as a whole, really to reflect the important role that our late president, former president, Sam Nujoma, has played before and during our independence, before independence and during our independence. This is our figure father, a statement that needs to be mourned by all the nations, independent from our walk of life, the walk of life, and to make sure that we are united. We should make sure that we mourn our president united in peace and in solidarity. This is a great loss, not only for Namibia, it's a great loss for the world. And we should accept that God, who gave us Sam Nujoma, has taken him away. We should celebrate a life lived, the hard work that Sam Nujoma has done for this nation, who sacrificed his life since a young age.
Tatun Daitunga. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Nene, Mr. Governor.
All the best.
Thank you, Nene. That
All
was
the best.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yes, thank you so
Hello?
much. Thank you so much, Governor. Tapandula, Nene. That was the first citizen of Ovamboland, Governor Sebastian Daitunga, referring to the late President Sam Nujoma as a no-nonsense leader, a leader, he said, with eagle eyes. We will continue with this special tribute broadcast after a brief break.
In 1960, there was no People's Party of Angola whose revolutionary forces routed. I will not say much about the hospitality that I want in this territory. Therefore, comrades, we must be vigilant. Let us not to be deceived by Viva! Viva South Africa! Viva! Viva Oliver Tambo! Viva! Viva Oliver Tambo! Viva! Comrades, first of all, on behalf of the SWAPO of Namibia and the SWAPO University of Namibia, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the UNIFI and the Zambian government for having organized this rally. That this French of 100,000 children who were demonstrating against a barbaric and a useless language, Afrikaans, which cannot be used anywhere else. Comrades, we believe that what has been intended by force can only be regained and restored by force.
It is my favorite to believe that when the people and nations are united, striving to achieve common good for all humanity, they will always emerge victorious.
In the name of our people, to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. I thank you.
When the enemy advance, you retreat. When the enemy retire, you attack. This is precisely what we did. Every child must attend the school in the country, because education is the key to knowledge. This is the key to power. My dear wife, my dear children, my dear comrades. It is an honor for us to have this opportunity to meet. But an opportunity should always be for the future generation. We should not talk for our own interest. My interest, first and foremost, is the unity of SADC, Southern Africa Development Corporation, to become part of the African Union with the headquarters in Addis Ababa. This was formed by great leaders. Now, here in Namibia, we must play a role, very simple one, and that is God has given us this land. The harbor of Walvis Bay today, is we are sitting here, is the harbor of SADC. Why? Because all the shipping line normally travel from United States of America, Canada, and the whole of Europe. Normally pass through here, go to Cape Town to deliver goods for South Africa. But as we are talking here, oil that makes the ship to move become expensive. The harbor of Walvis Bay is today the harbor of SADC and Africa as a whole. Now, it is therefore our duty and responsibility to make sure that every Namibia child attend the kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and at the university level, in order for us to build a strong nation. We believe that a united people striving to achieve a common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious. I thank you. When the enemy advance, you retreat. When the enemy retire, you attack. This is precisely what we did.
Welcome back. You tuned into this special broadcast where we pay homage, we pay tribute to the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation who left us on Saturday, the 8th day of February 2025. We now speak to the first citizen of the Great Oshana region, Governor Ilya Irimari, for his take on the late President Nujoma. Greetings, Governor, and thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you very much for having me on this interview.
Governor, it's a very difficult time for Namibia. It's barely a year since Sunday, 4 February 2024, when we find ourselves in this space once again. What do you make of what the country is going through right now?
Yes, thank you very much again. It's very a country like ours, of whereby we, because during the month of February, we have lost, the biggest calabash, the calabash of our liberation struggle, calabashes which have, are pioneers, independence of our country, the calabashes which have maintain peace and stability, and also the caliber, enforce good governance, and them we are going to, and that it's a great loss to the nation.
Thank you, Governor. What is it that stood out for you in terms of President Nujoma's approach to leadership? What made him a phenomenal leader?
Yes, I can start different angles. The east or west or north. I need just to mention it here that Nujoma was an impeccable leader, a person who had for this country, also beyond Namibia itself, a person who visioned a picture where everybody, should feel welcome and also being part and parcel of any envisaged development for the good of its own society. And that's the Nujoma we had before we met him, and that we knew when he was the founding, first president, and also the Nujoma we knew after he left office, continue, propagating or talking about, the hopes, development, and whereby peace was prioritized on his agendas.
Despite his physical death, his legacy will continue to live on. Which was his greatest accomplishment that cements that legacy, Governor?
Yes, when our founder, when he became the president of the country, we were at higher school by then, and we have been with immense following his leadership style. And immediately before the independence, of which I led the delegation of people from the north to Windhoek for the independence celebration in 1990. And one thing which is, and today, it means me, and which broaden a very good understanding of our founding father was the introductions of reconciliation. Me, and with me being born in the war zone and having grown up in one of the mid-rise towns, Ndangwa, and having seen all those other developments which have been taking place, which was not good. And it was not good, where you have, every day you are hearing of killings, hearing of all other tortures and all these other things. One of the things, which is until today, I revere, our founding father when he introduced reconciliation. Because the area where we grew up, all these people were part and parcel, all those who were post-independent, were living within the area where we grew up. And one thing was that we even equally themselves, when people they were not sure of themselves until such a people returned from election was held, SWAPO win the elections, a new government installed, and peace prevailed as if it had happened for the past 10 months, the implementation of Resolution 435. And, it's that one aspect I let it view, because we're also sure, because having seen that military strength, the South African head, and equally, the deployment of weapons around, really not as a team, but with the leadership of our we went through, and that's why we're here till today. You know, that's one of the things our leaders need to comment. And thing, when he established the government, he, especially in the area where I currently are, the immense is that our founding father has instituted a very strong enforcement, and I didn't to mention it. You know, the first thing he did, the was throughout the entire region, in the area where people never ever thought that one will have, you know, tapping water, running water, tap waters, you know, all these as in villages. And also the good thing was, you know, putting up water to the grazing area where with most of our cattle, you know, that project was carried out and in such a way it clearly said, you know, our cattle were dying as a result of drought, so on. So, you know, that's one, you know, I need to mention from this region, and also the issues of education in the region.
Yeah, Governor, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll take a short adjournment and then we continue this very important conversation with you. Please keep it locked here on your home channel, Namibia.
Yeah.
We are paying homage to the life and legacy of the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Welcome back. We're continuing our conversation with the first citizen of the Ashana region, that is Governor Ilia Irimari. Yes, Governor.
Thank you for having me again.
Thank you so much for your patience and thank you so much for staying with us. Now, Governor, the journey of leadership is often marred with multiple challenges. Which are the challenges that characterized President Nujoma's presidency, and more importantly, how did he overcome those?
Well, to mention it, yes, with any society, you know, there shall always be some challenges. But, you know, one of the challenges is the founding father, under his leadership, of whereby he has overcome them. And also knowing, or to any challenge that you have overcome it, you know, it's a process which always evolves. I need to very mention it. One, what he has accomplished was integrations and the unity of these nations. That was a challenge, you know, given the fragmentations of our communities and of our societies at all different levels, our stratas. the founding father has managed to overcome that hustle, that hurdle, whereby he has to unite these people, different communities, into one forceful Namibian nation. And it's been evidently being experienced today that it was through his unity. And as I've mentioned at the beginning, I said, yes, through the policy of reconciliation, we have clearly bonded as we as a Namibian nation. And this is one of the challenges, he has to face in setting up, a national government for all Namibian people. This one, I term it, one of the most difficult things because it deals with the people's mindset and also knowing and understanding the past before independence. People have a diverse of ideas and also understanding and also hatred within themselves and so on. But with Nujoma, we happen, to overcome one of these challenges. And that's why, I termed him, him being a transformational leader, a person who has transformed our society in all aspects, socially, politically, and also in all aspects, even traditionally. Our founding father has played that role in seeing that, we overcome that one and the rest shall always follow. Once we have a stable nation, who live in tranquil, definitely, all the things society wants will definitely, come through. And that's, the one aspect I really need to really mention it there.
Thank you, Governor. Many are of the view that had not been for President Nujoma's emphasis on national reconciliation, this country would have...
Can I just raise up your voice?
Many are of the view, Governor, that had it not been for President Nujoma's emphasis on national reconciliation, this country would have found itself along a completely different trajectory. Do you concur with that stance?
Definitely we need to mention it. It's always through a leader. When a leader is visionary, a leader who foresee problems, a leader always has to give a direction. And that was Nujoma who gave direction. Said, the only thing, if we really want to go and build the Namibia we're dreaming of, the Namibia we fight for, the only thing we need to do is to bring all this warring party together so that we build a powerful nation. If it was not through national reconciliation, of which I really have to mention it, that our founding father, he prioritized forgiveness, despite all the happening. And through that, and through forgiveness, he, in such a way, it has, built and strengthened what we call our justice system today. If it was not because of him, a country experience had taught us, and it's through Nujoma, whereby if nations start fighting, then there's no way and there will be no time to rebuild your country and develop your nations. It's through Nujoma, through that forgiveness, he has appealed to every Namibian to forget and discard anything done during the past for a beautiful and a well-developed Namibia. It was through Nujoma why we are, until today, enjoying all this peace and tranquilities we have in this country. If it was not because of him, if he was other leader, like what happens in other nations as history has told us, definitely, even by now, they've been trying, to put pieces together. But with Nujoma, immediately when he returned, that was a voice he'd been sharing around, and it has become public talk all around that we need to forget, and we all need to forge one another, irrespective of who you are, irrespective of what you have done, and so on, so that we can build our country. And that's where we are today, as a formidable, small nation in the eyes of the world, through Nujoma's legacy.
Thank you, Governor. Which are the lessons that present-day leaders, such as yourself, can draw from his leadership and apply even in the Namibia of today?
Yes. Thank you very much for this question again. In fact, one of the lessons we need to learn from the great men, like our founding father, is self-discipline, respect for yourself, respect for your society, and also being honest. These are some of the things we have picked up from a great leader like Nujoma, whereby he emphasized forgiveness, as I always have to repeat it, and also his support to his nations, to his communities. This is one thing we need to bring philanthropy, be able to give that little you have and share with the downtrodden of our society. Nujoma has done so. And, evidently are there of what he has been, has done. And also, being a communicator cannot be a leader without communicating. We have learned it from Nujoma, whereby you smile. I still have a picture of whereby you're smiling. The first day you have arrived in Namibia, first or second day, but greeting the Administrator General of South Africa by then, Louis Pinard, and he was laughing, as if they knew each other. But it's people who have been sitting on a different table, and in such a way we ought to learn one of the good lessons that, Lord, you had differences with one another, be able to bring him closer, and that's the only way your journey can continue further. And that's, one of the things we really need to learn from Nujoma. And that is emphasized on, the power of education. It's also one aspect we really need to understand it. At his age, he went to enroll for a study, studying geology at the University of Namibia, and he has, accomplished it. So, this is also one of the good lessons we really need to learn, that, yes, education does not look, or knowledge acquisition does not look at how old you are, as long as you want to make, that meaningful impact, and also aspire those behind you and those who are looking at you, and those who no longer have hope that, I can overcome these things. That's one thing we have to learn from a great man like Nujoma, who managed such a very protracted war of independence, and then came to build a Namibia where everyone will feel at home. A Namibia which has developed in terms of infrastructure. As I've just mentioned, I remember before independence, Shakati Hospital, for example, Shakati State Hospital, was such a very tiny institution. It was through the founding fathers. He said, no, we really need to have modern facilities, and we have them today. You look at the University of Namibia, none of us has ever thought that, institutions like, Jose Eduardo Engineering Campus, such an engineering campus will be one day in the northern part of Namibia. And look at the result, that university, that, satellite of Yunnan is doing and producing, our engineers and, our civil engineers and all technological related, students. These are some of the things we need to learn from Nujoma, that if you are not as leader, not prioritizing education, where will your country be able to go? How will your country be able to compete with the other nations of the world? So these are some of the good things. And also one aspect we need to learn from Nujoma, that, a society cannot discard, throw away its inheritances. I'm referring to traditional authorities. Before independence, traditional authorities, they were not sure whether are they going to play a role in terms of running their affairs. And after independence, Nujoma, our founding father, of course, did lift them up and throw them into the mainstream of the overall running of their different communities, and also ensuring that, they manage the land. And that's why we ended up having the National Traditional Authority Council of Namibia. These are through Nujoma. You know, he did such a good thing. And that's why there's unity until today among all our traditional authorities, irrespective of whom, and some of them before independence, they've never put an eye to an eye, you know, on one another. But, you know, all these things, you know, have been done, you know, as a result of our founding father. His understanding that, yes, a nation without culture is like, you know, a journey which is not planned at all. So these are some of the things we really need to really applaud and appreciate that great man this country has, you know, ever given to.
Governor, we appreciate you. Do you have any final thoughts for the people of Oshana as well as the rest of Namibia before we let you go?
Yes. My final words to everyone listening to this one and to any Namibian around is we need to prioritize forgiveness, even now, whatever could happen. And we really need to embrace one another as one people, irrespective of where you are coming from and so on. So, and also as to instill that culture of discipline, our founding father has always been emphasizing that a nation, if you are not a discipline, you know, then you have nowhere to go at all. And in such a nation will be, you know, will be able not to achieve all its developmental needs and all its social progressions. So it was our Nujoma who really emphasized on that unity, not only unity within us Namibians, but also unity within the entire Southern Africa, the entire Africa, and the entire global world. Nujoma has been preaching and strongly, you know, emphasizing on that aspect. That's where only through tranquility, that's where any development will be able to flourish, and, you know, every nation and every person within the Namibian house will be able, you know, to benefit directly or indirectly, you know, as a result of our own sweat. So that's my only word to all Namibians. And during this moment of grief, let us remain patient and wait for any other official announcement which will be coming from the central government with regard to any preparations, given the time we are in right now.
Thank you, Nene Tate Governor.
Thank you very much.
There have it, the first citizen of Oshana, Governor Ilya Irimari, with his take on the life and legacy of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation, who passed away this past Saturday in the Namibian capital. Now, there is overarching consensus that many Namibians felt the impact of the death of Dr. Nujoma. And we took to the streets to engage some of you to hear how his death has impacted you. And this is what some of you had to say.
My sincere condolences to our former First Lady, Nekuru Ovamboland, as well as the entire Nujoma family. As you all know that Tatekulu, founding father, have been done everything well in Namibia, establishing many things in Namibia. So it is left a big impact in Namibia. Thank you very much.
The late president, the founding father, he passed away. So I should say to all the family, hard feelings, be good, and all Namibians, they know that the president was the founding father. 1990, 21st of March, he was swearing in as the first president of this country after South Africans. So what I can say is it did some things that happens in country. We also lost our President Hage Geingob. So rest in peace, and we love you.
Passing of our founding father, Dr. Sam Savushina Nujoma, and we are very saddened about that. I just wanted to send out the condolences to our founding First Lady, Madam Ovamboland, Nujoma, the children, and the entire nation. That's all I wanted to say. We are very saddened by the passing of our first president.
We are very sorry, we are grieving and feel the pain. The wife and kids that are left behind will stay in our hearts, and let it be a reminder to think about them all the time, as it was a legacy for us.
Good morning. I would just like to give my condolences to all Namibians for our founding father, the wife and the 2 sons. We are with you. We are with you in the prayers. We are praying for you. Be strong. All of us ahead of the passing away of our father. Thank you.
Although it saddens us, we must find solace and comfort in his passing. We need to accept that death is inevitable. We are sending hope and faith to his family.
President. Good morning. I would like to wish the Nujoma family and the entire Namibia condolences for the passing of our founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. I would like to say the country must stay strong and let's continue the unity in Namibia. Thank you.
My condolences to the family of Dr. Sam Nujoma. I hope they have it and keep it on strong, because losing someone is not an easy thing, you know. So that it's just to keep strong, yeah.
As a Namibian, and let me just say, let me wish the family the strength that they need, and they must know that we are all behind them. We are together. We're one person, one people, one Namibia, one nation. We are together.
Welcome back. That was the take of some Namibians on the impact of the death of Dr. Sam Nujoma, Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation, who passed away in the Namibian capital this past Saturday. Now we continue with our engagements with the first citizens of our respective regions, and we now speak to the first citizen of Omaheke, that's Governor Piyon Ganate. Good afternoon, Governor, and thank you so much for making time for us. Good afternoon, Governor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes. Nice joining you, Mr. Kistings.
Governor, it's a very difficult time for Namibia and her people. What is your perspective on that reality?
So your line is cutting up, or is it mine?
It is a very difficult time for Namibia and her people, Governor. What is your take on that reality?
Yeah, it's indeed a very, very difficult time for Namibia, and I can compare it with any particular household. When the head of the house is no longer there, then you are left orphans. Now, President Sam Nujoma, being the father of the nation and being our father by extension, all Namibians, and him being no more there is devastating. It's leaving us as orphans. It's leaving us in a position where we do not really know where to take and where to live. But luckily for us, is that we have a beautiful succession in our country, and he was long succeeded, and we basically know that we are in safe hands. We are in hands of people that he groomed, people that he mentored, people in whom he implanted his own thoughts and his own ideology and the vision for this country and its people. So indeed, it's a period of mourning, and we are mourning a great man and an icon and an elderly statesman and one of the founder fathers of the republic, the republics within Southern Africa, and in this instance, Namibia.
Thank you, Governor. Now, President Nujoma was known as the father of the Namibian nation on account of his role regarding the independence of this country. Please walk us through that important role that he played to liberate Namibia.
Christine, the one thing that we always must know as people is that there is a point where people will point at you and then God will appoint you. Now, it's very, very interesting how when we follow the life of President Sam Nujoma, that a boy born in a village at Tunda happened to be sent out on a mission to go look after his sick aunt, and that landed him eventually into working for the railway and meeting his wife, meeting his teacher, Kashimune, and by extension then meet his wife and become involved in politics and in trying to overthrow a system that was very enslaving and that was dehumanizing people, the contract workers, and eventually landed, for example, within the proximity of a giant of a man like Chief Hosea Kutako. And President Nujoma would always tell you that Chief Hosea Kutako have already laid his hands on him and that he did not want anyone else to lay his hands on him, since he believed that the prayer of Hosea Kutako was enough and those blessings were enough. Now, if you hold up to something like that happened long ago, and you treasure it in such a way, it tells us about the type of character and type of person President Nujoma was, someone who believes, someone who's loyal, someone who's not wavering, someone with determination of saying, what's my cause? And until I have reached what I've set myself to reach for the benefit of all. And also when you look too consistently, even when he addresses his own household, he will always end his sentence, his speech with a people united for striving for the common good of all people will always emerge victorious. That tells you that this person really believed in this ideology, that unity of purpose, as you would always call it, was basically the key word if you want to move forward and if you want to move people. And also, like typically the Chinese saying that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. And I believe President Sam Nujoma believed in going with others. And that's why he could, for example, keep a team of young men and women, get them educated, get them through things, prepare them properly, and know that they would one day take over from him. And that's what leadership is. You make other people better than you, or you make other people also to believe in your ideology. You influence them. And those are remarkable things. But some of us were lucky, Christine, to have been in the company of Nujoma, sharing the same house and waking up in the morning and having breakfast with him. And it was a man that was very, very rich in the history of Namibia. And he could remember places, he could remember dates, he could remember the smallest particular, how many people were at that meeting and what was said. This is the type of man I have come to know, and the type of man that did not regard any task whatsoever as too small or too big for him to do. And one typical example, when I was mayor of Ovamboland in 1994, President Nujoma, we invited him to come and open a kindergarten, a creche, within the colored community. By then it was the colored township, although I was also living there. It was called the colored township. But he never regarded that task as a simple task. He came in his full glory as president, opened that event, spent time with the community, and the community fell in love with his way of doing things. And that's the type of man that he was, that he could always mobilize people, always having people around him and having people share in his ideology and his vision.
Governor, thank you so much for sharing that very memorable incident. Now, Namibia has produced multiple leaders, but what distinguished Sam Nujoma from the other leaders that this country produced?
I think Sam Nujoma cannot be compared to any leader, as much as we have very good leaders in Namibia as well. Because Sam Nujoma was first in all things. And I mean, spending 29 years in exile, driving SWAPO as a political party to the level of a government of a country, himself basically become a president of a country in exile and not being regarded as a political party leader, but as a leader of a country, and be given the necessary recognition by all those giants like Julius Nyerere, Robert Mugabe, them. He was just something else. Sam Nujoma was just something else. He have achieved what so many of us can only dream of. And having people in exile, some of them dying, and some of them getting frustrated, wanting to come back, and always trying to instill that hope and expectation that one day, as one of the people I've listened to said, that he said always that we will be meeting at the outskirts of Windhoek. And look where Sam Nujoma today lives, at the outskirts of Windhoek. So he was so clear, so definite, so deliberate in whatever he was doing. He did not only say words, but he said words and added action to it. And today, all the things that he have mentioned, like Namibia will be free and will never be colonialized again, and that will defeat the South African troops and all those who are behind it. It happened. All those things happened. And for a leader to keep instilling hope in people, it's not easy, because we know all that the vision is shared by one, but then a number of people have to join that vision. And it's not all of us that have that vision and that can rally people behind our vision and make this vision their own. For example, that we can all talk today of a one Namibia, one nation, and we all today can quote President Sam Nujoma on his unity, and we all say it, and it because we have seen the produce. So it was very much unique, also unique in the sense that when it was uncommon for people to intermarry, he married his Shiroro-speaking wife while he was a Ovambo speaking. He could infiltrate and penetrate all types of formations that were there without being deterred that this is a no-go area. Sam Nujoma did not know a no-go area. And also going to the extent that to be blessed by a Shirero traditional head, although Steve Hosea Kutako, again, also in his uniqueness, was a unifier and did not see people on the basis of color or tribe. And these people, whenever they see tribe as less important and the nation as very important, that is what distinct good leaders from others.
Now, Governor, after this country attained its independence and we established a government, we had to shift gears in terms of the future of this democracy. Talk to us about President Nujoma's vision for Namibia post-independence and how we continue to give effect to that vision up to today.
Yeah. No, I think it's true that President Nujoma was not in any way unclear about economic emancipation. That he was very clear on. He was also not very unclear about that the resources of this land should be shared by all Namibians. He was also not unclear about the issue of breaking the chain of generational poverty. These are things that haunted him. And also when he was talking about land, he would always make the example of Shiv Maharero, who would have scooped sand in a bucket and want to give it to the settlers when they were asking for land. He was very clear that land was not tradable in Namibia, that land belonged to Namibians, and that the resources of this country should benefit the people living in it, and also the people beyond it who are in Africa. He was very clear that we are just one country, one big continent, that is basically one country, and that we should open our doors for our brothers and sisters who yesterday have also opened their doors for us. Sam Nujoma was very clear that economic emancipation must take place. And today, in our Namibia, of 35 years old, we have been making steps towards the realization of economic emancipation. But we are not yet there. But we have made quite good strides. And now what is moving forward means is to cement those gains and to deliberately coming up with programs that will give realization also to the notion of guerrilla, that in every country there are enough resources to feed the country, the people of that country, but that the distribution of those resources, that's where the problem is. And I'm happy also that our president-elect is of the opinion that Namibians are too few to be poor. We have so many resources, and we need now to be inspired by the spirit of Sam Nujoma and say, we must emancipate, we must free our people. Unless they're economically freed, they won't be free. And it's a sad story that after independence, we still see levels of poverty, levels of homelessness. But it's also upon us, like myself as governor, who have been put in this position, not to see to that our people are really enjoying the fruit of independence. Those were his words. People must enjoy the fruit of independence. So I think as a country, we have made strides. We have beautiful roads. We have beautiful infrastructure. We have peace in this country. But now we must capitalize on the peacefulness that we have in this country and the calmness that the country is having and the beautiful economic environment that the country is having for investment and make sure that in everything we are a step ahead and deliberately we are implementing programs that are aimed at making our people economically free.
Governor, do you have any final thoughts for your people of Omaheke and the Namibian nation at large, please?
Now, the other thing, that is also very, very particular to me and that stood out is the humility of Sam Nujoma. Sam Nujoma was a very, very humble person. As I said that I accommodated him, and many times when I sit and say and ask myself questions about what type of bed did I really have to let Nujoma sleep on that bed? What type of bed could I have as a normal teacher with a teacher salary? But yet he would be sleeping in my house. And yet when he's in my house, he was not taking over my house. He was still recognizing the role that I have as head of this house. And he did not try to push us around that now we must be absolutely quiet, we must behave differently. And that humility in Sam Nujoma should inspire all of us, including especially also my people in the region. We must become humble. And we must also know chronology, that all of us cannot go first at the same time, that someone must go first and someone else must follow. And that goes also to the rest of Namibia, that even in terms of succession, in terms of giving each other opportunities, there must be a first person and then a second one. We cannot all of us storm out of the same door at the same time. So my thoughts also to the Namibians, let us resonate with the mantra, the aspirations that Sam Nujoma had, own them, make them our own. And as much as all of us are talking about this very unique person, that should be the lessons that we should adopt and make it part of our day-to-day living styles. If we do not do that, his death will be in vain. And also, if we can preserve the peace and the quiet in this country and the harmony that in this country, Sam Nujoma's death, Sam Nujoma's working all the time will be in vain. As Namibians, we must join hands, take each other's hands, and move together as brothers and sisters and do away with regionalism, tribalism, ethnicity, and my tribe is more superior than yours, or I am more superior than mine. Let us all sit at the table of brotherhood and break the bread and all have a share in the bread that is being broken. And I thank you very much, Denver, and I also want to pray that Namibia will really console our nation. And very, very remarkable is that Sam Nujoma stood close to his wife for 68 years. They were married. And I believe that the foundation of good society should start at home. If we do not have stable households, stable homes, we can never have stable societies. And we should also be focused like Sam Nujoma was focused. And I'm saying this, that if you look to the average man in my time, including myself, we are not that focused. But he was so focused that to him was the independence of this country and the people of this country and nothing more. Everything else was second to him. And I want to thank also Meme Ovamboland Nujoma for having shared a husband with the rest of the nation and also the children. And they are all such humble people. From Mutoni to Saki, the ones that I have come across, they're such humble people who fit at any place. And when we grow up our children, we must grow them not for ourselves, but for society. They must be ambassadors.
Thank you, Governor.
Of us. Thank you very much.
Oko e passionene, Governor. That was the first citizen of the great Omaheke, Governor Pio Nganate, with a very important clarion call to Namibians that we need to emulate the example of President Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, an example of humility. You are tuned in to a special tribute broadcast where we pay homage to the life and legacy of the late Dr. Nujoma.
In 1973, Nujoma was honored the Lenin Peace Prize by the USSR, recognizing his efforts in promoting peace and socialism. The following year, he received the Frederick Joliot Curry Gold Medal, further acknowledging his commitment to global harmony. The Vatican City honored him twice with the Medaglia Pontifica, first in 1984 and again in 1991. This was in recognition of his moral leadership and dedication to humanitarian causes. In 1988, Brazil bestowed upon him the Grand Master Order of Merit, the Grand Cross, its highest order in recognition of his leadership and contribution to freedom. The same year, Vietnam honored him with the Ho Chi Minh Peace Prize, celebrating his efforts in promoting peace and solidarity. India recognized Nujoma's outstanding leadership by awarding him the Indira Gandhi Peace Prize for Disarmament and Development in 1990, acknowledging his role in leading Namibia to independence. Throughout his career, Nujoma received numerous other international honors, including the Order of José Marti from Cuba in 1991, the Order of Liberty from Portugal in 1995, and the Order of the Companions of OR Tambo from South Africa in 2018, each reflecting his global influence and the respect he garnered worldwide. Dr. Nujoma's contribution to education and leadership have been recognized by several academic institutions. In 1973, Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria awarded him an honorary doctorate for law. He later received honorary degrees from institutions such as Lincoln University in the USA in 1990, the National University of Lesotho in the same year, and the University of Namibia in 1993, among others. In 2015, the University of Zambia conferred on him a Doctor of Philosophy in Peace and Conflict Studies, acknowledging his efforts in promoting peace and resolving conflicts.
Sam Nujoma. I, Sam Nujoma,
do hereby swear that I will strive to the best of my ability to uphold, protect, and defend as the supreme law
and defend the supreme law,
the Constitution
of
the Republic of Namibia, and faithfully to obey, execute, and administer the laws of the Republic of Namibia. That I will protect the independence, the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the material and spiritual resources
and the material and spiritual resources
of the Republic of Namibia. And that I will endeavor to the best of my ability to ensure justice for all the inhabitants of the Republic of Namibia. So help me God.
Dr. Sam Nujoma took the presidential oath on March 21, 1990. During his time as president, he delivered powerful speeches that shaped the nation's identity, inspired resilience, and reinforced the principles of independence, peace, and development. His words continue to resonate with Namibians, reminding them of their shared struggle and aspirations. On March 21, 1990, as Namibia celebrated its long-awaited independence, Nujoma stood before the world. It was his words that set the tone for the nation's future. He was an avid believer of unity as the foundation of a free and democratic Namibia. At the African Union's 2015 Son and Daughter of Africa Awards ceremony, Nujoma reflected on the need for peace across the continent. During Namibia's liberation struggle, Nujoma took to the world stage at the United Nations, where he boldly proclaimed to continue Namibia's struggle until Namibia is free and independent. On May 4, 1978, hundreds of Namibians were massacred at Kasinga in Angola. Speaking in remembrance of the tragedy, Nujoma paid tribute to the victims, saying the blood of the fallen comrades strengthens the nation's resolve to fight for a free Namibia. His statement became a symbol of the sacrifices made for freedom and the responsibility of future generations to uphold the ideals of independence. More than 3 decades after independence, Sam Nujoma's words continue to echo in Namibia's collective consciousness.
President Sam Nujoma first became the President of the Republic of Namibia on the 21st of March 1990, and he continued to lead the country until 2005, having been at the helm of this republic for 15 years. Now, we are continuing with our engagements with first citizens of regions across the country, and joining us all the way from the capital of the great Zambezi, Katimulilo, is Governor of the Zambezi region, Lawrence Sampofu. Good afternoon, Governor, and thank you so much for making time for us. Sampofu, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time. Good afternoon to you, Governor. Governor Sampofu, good afternoon.
I can hear you. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well under the circumstances, Governor. Thank you for your patience and thank you for joining us. How are you and how are the people of Zambezi during this difficult time for our country?
Well, we are well, though we are mourning our hero. Everything is so far, it's okay.
There is consensus, Governor, that the death of President Nujoma has impacted Namibia and its future. What do you make of the impact of President Nujoma's death on this country?
President Nujoma's death has touched everybody in Namibia and also here in Zambezi region. Yeah, many people, they are sober, but they are mourning. More especially the elder people, they loved and they love our founding father so much. They say that's the man who liberated us, the man who brought independence for us, the man who brought everything for Namibia.
Governor, please talk to us about encounters that you had with the founding president. Is there any incident, any memory that stands out?
Yes, we joined the liberation struggle from this region in 1975. A very big number of over 500 youth we joined. That was from June up to September 1975. We did our training in Shatotwa military base in Zambia. And in December, that's when we met him for the first time at a parade. And after the parade, we managed to shake hands with him for the first time. That was in 1975. And after that training, we started fighting from Zambia into Namibia from 1976 to 1978 for myself and my group. Then we were transferred to Angola. Yeah, during the war here in Zambezi region, as we know, the armed struggle was launched on 26 August 1966 at Ovamboland, where the first battle was. After that battle, most of the battles took place here in Zambezi region from 1967 up to 1980. Most of the battles were fought here. Yeah, because that time Angola was not yet liberated. When Angola got its independence on 11 November 1975, then many people from the north, the rest of Namibia, that part, including Karango, they started flocking to Angola so that we fight for our independence. And I met several times the founding father in Angola. We went to Angola when the front, this Eastern Front, was closed in 1978, and I met him several times in Angola as the commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. He used to visit our camps in Angola, and also at the front line, the battle area. When we were there in southern Angola, I met him twice there in Kunene region, Kunene province of Angola. Yes.
Thank you for sharing that, Governor. Now, President Nujoma has been hailed as a unifier. In what ways did he make the people of Zambezi feel part and parcel of this country?
As we know that this country was divided into Bantustans, it was meant that we should not know each other as Namibians, so that we are colonized physically in our Bantustans without knowing the next person the other side. And President Nujoma made sure that he explained the aim of the colonialists, why they brought Bantustan in Namibia, is because that we are divided, we do not know each other and all this. But he united us. He was calling on the radio Namibia from abroad for us to go and join the liberation struggle so that we liberate ourselves from colonialism. This unity he was calling for united us. The People's Liberation Army of Namibia was a solid team, a solid force, comprised of all tribes in Namibia. we were all made to understand that we are one as Namibia, as Namibians. And that brought all the Namibian people to also support the liberation movement, the liberation struggle through SWAPO party. The People's Liberation Army of Namibia was not a tribal thing. It was a force which was meant only to liberate Namibia from colonial South Africa. And that we have seen the dedication of the founding president. In him, we saw the symbol of nationalism. He was a nationalist. He had no discriminatory manners or whatever. And as a nationalist, he made sure that we are all brought in one party, the party, SWAPO party, and also the Plan People's Liberation Army of Namibia. As a nationalist also, he made sure that all sections of the Namibian nation, all sectors were united, and we kept that unity. It's a unity that brought us to see independence. Founding Father was a freedom fighter. A freedom fighter in the sense that he lobbied the international community for weapons, for food, uniforms, and everything, so that we have that support, and also to unite us, for us to make sure that we get our independence. Founding Father is a Pan-Africanist. Imagine going out of Namibia alone. That's braveness, that's bravery, selflessness, courageous and visionary leadership. Going outside of the country alone, never knowing that what is going to meet there, what is going to eat, or whatever, where he's going to sleep. But he left the country because he loved Namibia so much. He loved the Namibian nation so much. He met, as a Pan-Africanist, other leaders like Kenneth Kaunda, Julius Nyerere, Nkrumah, Ghana, in Egypt and all these countries, Kenya, Nujoma Kenyatta there, and all these. As a Pan-Africanist, he also attended the formation of Organization of African Unity in 1963. That's why we celebrate 25th May. That's Africa Day. He was there in 1963 when the OAU was formed. That is Pan-Africanist. He organized African countries, European countries, the communist countries, and all this to support the liberation struggle of Namibia. He is in Africa's hero because he did not only fight only for Namibia or the Southern Africa. He fought for all of Africa. As Kwame Nkrumah put it, that Africa will be considered free if all the countries which are colonized are also free. And that's the theme which our president, founding father, was also preaching. So we lost a visionary leader, we lost the founding father, and we lost the father of the Namibian nation. I remember in all the parades that we had as People's Liberation Namibia, he is coming to address us in southern Angola, was always telling us, go and fight, everybody must be brave, everybody must know why you are fighting for. Well, let's fight to liberate the Namibian people. So our main aim is to meet in Windhoek, and we did that.
Governor, as we're slowly starting to wrap up our conversation this afternoon, as you would know, the journey of leadership is marred with multiple challenges. Which were the significant challenges that President Nujoma had to endure during his tenure? And more importantly, how did he overcome those?
Yes, you see, when you introduce something new to the people, there is always a resistance. Yeah. And in forming SWAPO as a party, there were some resistance. There were those who were supporting the South African regime. There were those who were supporting SWAPO or other parties. And that was a challenge to bring together that nation. But he managed. The other challenge was to form up the military wing of SWAPO, that is the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. Where could we get these people into all this? So he had to go on the radio in Tanzania and also in Congo, Brazzaville, where we had SWAPO radios, to inform us that come, Namibians, come and join the liberation struggle, come and join the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. So it was a challenge at the beginning to form up the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. But we managed. Now, when the People's Liberation Army of Namibia is formed, the challenges were to get weapons, how to feed these people, and all these things. So these were challenges, very serious challenges. So he had to lobby the communist countries, including Cuba, to train Namibian people so that they are ready to come and fight in Namibia, and also to arm us with weapons. You cannot come and fight South Africa with a stick. So we had to be armed. And that was a challenge to get all these weapons for us to carry out the armed struggle. And here in Namibia also, you know, as we were so much divided by apartheid, so he had to bring in the national reconciliation policy. It was a challenge so that people could kill each other and all these things. There were those who were killed and they had to revenge. But the national policy worked very well so that we live as Namibians. The sector where the national reconciliation policy worked so much is in the armed forces.
Thank you, Governor.
To create the Namibian Defense Force. People were fighting against each other. We had the weapons in this base when we started with NDF. But there was no day one person could point a gun to the other. So national reconciliation policy worked very well in the armed forces and the whole country as a whole. Now to put up the economy. The economy, as we know, we found nothing when we started in 1990. So it was a big challenge how to put up all the ministries, all the sectors of economy and all these things.
Thank you, Governor.
Yes.
Lutumezi, Governor, and condolences to you and the people of Zambezi.
Thank you very much. So we also convey our condolences to the family and to the Namibian people.
Lutumezi. Ensha. That was the first citizen of the Zambezi region, Governor Lawrence Ampofu, with his take on the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president, the father of the Namibian nation, President Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who passed away in the Namibian capital this past Saturday, the 8th day of February 2025. And with that, we've come to the end of this segment on this special tribute broadcast on the life and legacy of Dr. Nujoma. From me, Den Vikisting, sign language interpreter Tate Peter Mbwale, Captain Hinsley Moshikele, senior producer Devorah Shanek, and the entire team who made this segment possible. It's time for your newsmaking highlights at 1, and Nina Katangana and the team will join you at 2 for another special tribute broadcast. Please keep it locked here on your home channel.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the news at 1 with me, Raymond Thikukutu. Nanda Shipahu is on sign language interpretation. First up, the Supreme Court will deliver its judgment on February 28 in the case challenging the November 2024 presidential election. The case brought by opposition leaders Panduleni Tula of the Independent Patriots for Change and Bernardo SWAPO of the Landless People's Movement questions the legality of the president's extension of polling beyond the scheduled period.
During the arguments, Advocate Camille Premhit, representing the LPM, argued that President Bumba's extension violated the Electoral Act. He stated that the law grants presiding officer and not the president the power to extend voting for those already in line at the closing time. Premhit said that if the law does not explicitly authorize such an extension, then the decision is unlawful and must be invalidated. Similarly, Anton Katz, representing the IPC leader, Dr. Panduleni Itula, contended that only the Electoral Commission of Namibia had the authority to make such a decision, and even then, only before the polls opened. Katz argued that the legal basis of the challenge warranted a full annulment of the election results. President Bumba's legal representative, Advocate Raymond Heathcote, dismissed the opposition's claims as unsubstantiated. He criticized allegations of irregularities, including claims that 100,000 Namibians were denied the right to vote and accusations of foreign voter interference, stating that they were based on social media speculation rather than concrete evidence. Heathcote urged the court to dismiss the case, arguing that electoral challenges should be based on verifiable facts rather than political grievances. During the proceedings, Deputy Chief Justice Pietres Damasep questioned Katz on why IPC sought a full election annulment rather than a self-review, while Supreme Court Judge Sylvester Mainga raised concerns about the lack of arguments and supporting evidence in Itula's case. With legal arguments concluded, the Supreme Court will now rule on whether the election extension was lawful and whether the results will stand. The judgment is expected on February 28th.
Former President Hifikepunye Pohamba says he was not caught off guard by the news of Sam Nuyoma's death, as his last visit of him at the hospital last month signaled a critical situation. Pohamba met Nujoma for the first time in 1960 in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and have since become friends and comrades. Pohamba was speaking at his homestead at Okangudi, Kapohamba in Ohangwena region this morning.
Last month, I traveled last month in January. I traveled to Windhoek when I heard that my leader, the commander of Plan, was in the hospital sick. The first thing I did is to go and see him in the hospital, and I did. I went to the hospital to see Sam Nujoma. When I saw him, I found my leader, my colleague, my comrade, and my brother seriously ill. I could not talk to him. he was unable to talk. When I left the hospital, in fact, I have to thank the Minister of Health and Social Services, Dr. Kalumbi Sangula, who kept me informed. And indeed, when I went to the hospital, I was received by Comrade Kalumbi Sangula. Together we went to see our leader. I found him in a terrible condition. When I left, I must be honest, I felt I was indeed wondering as to whether Comrade Sam Nujoma wake up one day and meet with me to talk to one another as it had been the case in the past.
Our reporter, Ndapanda Shuya, visited Pohamba at his homestead in Okangudi, Kapohamba, Ohangwena region, and now brings us more details. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Raymond. Good afternoon to our viewers at home. We are coming to you live from Okangudi, Kapohamba village in the Ohangwena region, where we just engaged with the former president on the demise of founding President Sam Nujoma. Now, we spoke to him and he told us that he did manage to visit the late former president in the hospital just some weeks ago, and he said when he came from that visit, his heart shattered knowing that he was not in a good condition. But he did reminisce on their lives, on the lives and times that they shared together with not only his leader, but he says his very close friend and confidant. Now, Tatekulu Pohamba tells us that they have shared fond memories meeting in 1960 in Dar es Salaam. That is before Namibia's independence. And their friendship grew very close. They managed to grow so close to each other and shared so much memories, both when they were carrying out national duties and when they were off duty. Now he calls on Namibians to ensure that during the mourning period they don't stop working. He says that it is not in Nujoma's personality to see people laying idle. He says they need to till their mahango fields. They need to ensure that they have bread on the table for themselves and their children. Now we also gathered that the two of them would usually watch sports only, but they couldn't participate in sport activities. He says the two of them, there is Tatekulu Pohamba and the late Tatekulu Sam Nujoma, were not sports people, but unlike the former or the late President Hage Geingob. However, he says they did give funds where it was necessary, and they did support sporting initiatives. He also spoke on the importance of Namibians to be more considerate about other people that are more and less privileged in society, to ensure that they can maybe give support to families that are struggling to be in school or to just put food on their tables. Now, we understand that the President of the country, His Excellency Nangolo Mbuba, did indeed mention that the reason why people could not see Tatekulu Pohamba in Windhoek as news broke out on Saturday or early morning of Sunday is that he had a sister, his elder sister passed away, and her memorial service took place on Sunday, and she was buried then on Monday. He says that he's encouraging Namibians, as we are in this period of mourning, to ensure that we observe the legacy and preserve the legacy of the founding president, whilst calling on the SWAPO party members and sympathizers to continue Nujoma's legacy. He says he was an anchor of the party. He says the late President Dr. Geingob was also an anchor of the party. He says himself is also an anchor of the party, but it is now time for the SWAPO party members to ensure that if the anchors are not around anymore, they are able to take the party to greater heights, and that is through effective service delivery. Now we understand that he will be traveling to Windhoek in a few days to come, and like I said, the message here was that really Namibians should mourn and celebrate the life of a great statesman, an exemplary leader that was very instrumental in growing Namibia both after independence, and also played a crucial role in ensuring Namibia attained its much-needed independence in 1990. Raymond, we will continue to give you interviews as we go around the 4 northern regions of Oshana, Oshkoto, Ambwena, and Umsati regions. From now, it's back to you in studio.
Our reporter, Dapanda Shuya, thank you for your reporting. The Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technology urges the nation to refrain from public gatherings and celebrations that could be deemed as disrespectful during the mourning period of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, which started on Sunday.
I have a public announcement concerning gatherings in the public. Gatherings and celebrations during the mourning period for His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, the government of the Republic of Namibia would like to discourage the nation from large public gatherings and celebrations that could be deemed as disrespectful during the mourning period for His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, which already started yesterday, the 9th February 2025. However, to allow for the continuation of service delivery, indoor gatherings may take place. The Ministry of Information and Communication Technology will continue to keep the nation up to date as information becomes available. Thank you very much.
The third Mayor of Walvis Bay, King Mandume Mwatunga, who took office as the Mayor of Walvis Bay after the city's official inauguration, highlighted the pivotal role Dr. Nujoma played in shaping Namibia's post-independence development. He shared his memorable encounters with Namibia's late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, during his tenure as president. NBC News reporter Stephen Kluirap spoke to him earlier today.
I received the message early on a Sunday morning when one of my brothers alerted me that very soon an announcement will be made. It got me very prepared mentally and physically to know exactly what is going to happen. All along we know that the old man was not feeling good, and we, in one way or the other, I think some of us have been possibly be prepared just to receive any good or bad news. But it was a good approach where the family alerted the nation to keep them in prayers. Is what we did. We keep the old men in prayers.
Yes. Well, one would say you looking back to the history of the country, we will say you were one of the people that was so lucky to have been in the same room with him at times, seeing that he was a leader of young people at a point in time. What was your encounter with him?
The first time I physically met the late Tatekulu Shafishuna Nujoma was when some of us, as the youngsters, been made aware of the struggle inside the country and the hardship that the people went through. me and a few colleagues decided then to also to go into exile at that late 1980s. To have met him was in the late 80s when I completed my military training at the famous Tebesa Nyeko Tumiensenga in Lubango when he came to pay off the parade, the training that we had. Secondly, something I will never forget was on a Thursday, 14 September 1989, when some of the young people in the camp, what we call the transit center outside of Luanda, happened to go to the Luanda airport to bid farewell to this legendary leader when he bid farewell to his exile life. I was very fortunate also to witness that occasion. Coming back into the country with a reintegration of Walvis Bay, I remember when he came through to Walvis Bay on that particular date of the reintegration, leading into the reintegration on that date, he drove to the late Nathaniel Mahulili's residence. After their debriefing, having their discussion and meeting at the late Mahulili's house in Quisapmont, he was then advised to take a walk. That walk, I was very lucky that I was just a step in the back when he was walking. And I followed him that distance because he could walk up to the main road in Quisapmont, and I was just in a very short distance from him that I could follow him. One of the close interaction I had, besides being the mayor, having this close discussions here and there, was one when he came for the funeral of the late Tatekulu Shea. I was very fortunate that I could sit closer to him in the church, and I was holding the hymn book, whereby we could all sing from that hymn book because I was sitting closer to him. Yes. That was a privilege I was having on that date. Those are quite a number of the reflections and the recollection I'm having about my interaction with the old man, or seeing him as a legendary leader. Because coming in closer to him, you will have that atmosphere. Yes. That atmosphere teach you or give you that vibe to feel differently when you meet him. It's how you always feel that when you encounter him at those occasions. Yes. Yeah. Just to add, besides being a councillor of Walvis Bay and also the mayor, on many occasions, we hear that interactions and having meetings, debriefings, or whenever he comes to the coast, it was always customary for the first citizen of the town to receive him at the Walvis Bay airport. Those quite a number of occasions do take place, and that is what I can say is that will always be embedded in my mind to reflect on the times that I had an interaction with the president. Yeah.
Now, as you are speaking about the late president, your face glows. We can see that the excitement, the memories are coming alive in your face. Any word of condolence to the family and the bereaved nation as well?
Tatekulu Nujoma was one of the leading figures of our struggle, a person that inspired a lot of people inside the country and outside the country. Whenever you look at often heard stories of history, because we are very fortunate to have heard about this great leader from our parents. Whenever they talk about the struggle, they always mention that this person was there. And I was very fortunate that one of my father's sister was married to his brother. At that juncture, I can at least relate to him in one way or the other. I just want to say at this juncture that it's very difficult to say goodbye. But the wishes of the will of the Lord has been made. Our leader has went to sleep. It's for us to comfort the family, the children, and especially people who have also been very closer to him. And I know that the nation has been touched by his passing on. It's for us that through this grief, all of us have also received this pain. We equally share in that pain as a nation. And as former leaders, especially from Walvis Bay, we had also his residence here, of which I was also part of that decision to have been allocated earth. I feel that we feel their pain, and we are together going to see as we move on how we can also comfort each other through this difficult time. That's basically my message to the family.
Well, that was Mr. Mandume, the third mayor of Walvis Bay, highlighting some of the encounters that he had with the late President Dr. Sam Nujoma. That's it from me, Stefan Urab, and the camera operator, Isto Shilongo. Over to you.
The Masavia Royal Establishment says the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, leaves a legacy of unwavering dedication, determination, hard work, and discipline. We are now joined by Juliet Sibeso in Zambezi region to give us more on the traditional authorities' message of condolence to the Nujoma family and the nation.
Good afternoon, Raymond.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Please do go ahead.
Now, of course, there is a lot of sympathy that's going around, a lot of well wishes, condolences to the Nujoma family as well as Namibia at large. So we visited the Masavia Traditional Authority, who also spoke of Nujoma in high regard. And I think the key words that came out, or that's still coming out, is peace and unity. This is what most of the people are using to describe the founding president, now late President Nujoma. We spoke to Ngambela Alpius Kami, who applauded him for his immeasurable contribution to Namibia's freedom. And he described his revolutionary leadership, as well as him having sacrificed the comfort of his youth to lead a nation through the liberation struggle to independence. And not only did we speak to the Masavia Traditional Authority to get those words, but also the Maye Traditional Authority had the same thing to say about him. He is a man that's being described as somebody who was always at the forefront of a lot of things, even after he had left public office, because we also spoke to the governor, Lawrence Sampofu, as well as the current director of UNAM, that's Dr. Sam Mafila here, who's the previous campus director for Hentis Bay, where the Dr. Sam Nujoma was named after the Marine Research Center. They spoke of how he always put education and academics as an important aspect for the Namibian child and everyone. And this also showed with him having gone back to school, even in his late stage in life. So he has been described as somebody who not only brought unity and peace to the nation, but also reconciliation. That is a lot of things that he will be remembered for. Because when we speak of the liberation struggle, or when they spoke of his role during the liberation struggle, they did mention that unity and peace not only mattered at that point, but it also mattered after independence. This is where the reconciliation part came in. They explained it as the reality that Namibians exist in now. So they are speaking highly of him.
Thank you very much for that update, Juliet Sibeso, keeping an eye and ear for us there in the Zambezi region. Moving on, the security cluster has set up different committees to ensure seamless law enforcement and maintenance of law and order throughout the mourning period. Senior command of the security cluster, comprising NAMPOL, Namibia Correctional Services and Windhoek City Police, paid their last respects to the late founding president, Sam Nujoma, at his residence.
Namibia's uniformed personnel are finding themselves with reinforced boots on the ground as the country observes a period of national mourning following the death of founding President Sam Nujoma. Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo narrated how the law enforcement agencies responded to the news ahead of the public announcement that was made on February 9th. He says the prompt actions taken mirrored those taken when Namibia experienced the death of its first sitting president, Hage Geingob, last year.
When we look at it from last year, this has not been better time for Namibia. And this is an experience to all of us. First of all, it's an experience of losing the sitting president of the republic, and then secondly, the founding father of our nation. And it happened that when this happens, the security cluster, in most of the time, we are on the forefront. I remember last year, February the 4th, when the former president passed on, we were the first person to be called to go to the hospital. And we did that. And again, when the founding father passed on the 8th at about 23:45, we were called immediately, and then I mobilized the other colleagues. The security cluster, we are here to reaffirm our commitment to ensure that we coordinate this program from the beginning to the end, to ensure that the founding president of our republic is given a dignified funeral that is appropriate to his contribution as a statesman. So, and we are ready to deal with the situation of this nature, making sure as much as we are mourning, we are also focusing on public security and the public safety of our people to ensure that as we are gathering here, the rest of our people, wherever they find themselves, they are also in an environment of safety and security. The appropriate committee have already met today. There is a committee that met in the name of the political committee that met chaired by the Prime Minister. I was very lucky to attend on it, and I think the discussion or the preparations are ongoing.
Blanche Koreses, NBC News.
The founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, will be remembered for having paved the way for Namibians to join the struggle for independence. In remembering late Nujoma's accomplishment, the governor of the Zambezi region said Namibia's freedom came at a hefty price.
Sampofu described the founding president as a leader who not only mobilized and lobbied for Namibia's independence, but one who also prioritized peace and unity in an independent Namibia, referencing the introduction of the National Reconciliation Policy after independence and the foundation it continues to have.
We were so divided, but he mobilized, he made sure that everybody is on board so that we don't fight each other after getting independent, so that we are united and reconcile to one another. If there is any sector where reconciliation worked mostly well, is in the armed forces. In a way, us, the planned combatants and the SWATO soldiers, we were mobilized in a formidable way, put up one Namibian defense force. We had weapons that we could face each other, but through reconciliation, made sure that no one fights or shoots one person or one another. It worked so very well in the armed forces. Not even a day that another force turned weapons against the other. Up to now, we have a formidable defense force.
During the liberation struggle, Sampofu recalled how the founding president went on to lobby for the world's support in Namibia's efforts for liberation, stating that it was through those efforts he was able to meet fellow icons who shared the same vision of an independent Africa.
He met the icons
like Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, and Nigeria, Egypt, Algeria, Ghana, all these icons, they met. Even the forming up of the OAU, Organization for African Unity, he was there with these leaders. So he's the last one to pass on now. The others have already gone. And these leaders, they all went over 90 years. We remember Nelson Mandela passed on at 95, Mugabe at 95, Kenneth Kaunda at 97, Julius Nyerere also over 90. So he's the last icon to see that colonialism is buried in Africa.
Sample for us fellow Namibians to continue keeping the peace and unity while also keeping the various cultures, tradition and values among Namibians alive in his memory, as someone who always believed that a nation without culture is like a dream without roots. Juliet Svesa, NBC News, Katima Molilo.
Omaheke Regional Governor Pio Nganate joined the nation in paying his last respects to the fallen founding father of the Namibian nation. Let's listen in.
Allow me to pass my sincere condolences to the President of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Nangolo Mbumba, our first monarch, also to his entire cabinet and to our President-elect, the nation at large, our First Lady, Ovamboland Nujoma, the children, Comrade Tony Nujoma and Saki Nujoma, and my dear sister, Usuta Nujoma, with the passing on of our president, our very, very first president, Comrade Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. The death of Comrade Sam Shafishuna Nujoma is a great loss to this nation. It's a great loss to the nation since Comrade Sam Shafishuna Nujoma loved the soil of this country very, very much. And that could be seen by the first act when he arrived in this country. It was to kiss the soil. Comrade Sam Nujoma was a principled man, a visionary man, a man who was first a human being before becoming a president. Comrade Sam Nujoma would be remembered for so many things, among other, his closeness to human beings. He would never want to sleep in a hotel or at a place far from the people. He would always want to be home with the people that he came to visit. I was fortunate and lucky to have hosted Comrade Sam Nujoma several times at my dwelling, by then as mayor of Hobabes, and I also can testify other comrades' houses that he dwelt in. Comrade Sam Nujoma was visionary, and one such vision of his was when he brought the whole nation together to build the railway to Ondangwa. What a remarkable leader he was. And he was a pragmatic leader, charismatic leader, someone who believed in deeds, and someone who could dream very, very far. Comrade Sam Nujoma was not only concerned about his country, but also about Africa. One such example that we'll remember was when he and Comrade Mugabe decided to go and liberate DRC. Today, unfortunately so, DRC is at war, and we hope that for the sake of the true souls of those beautiful presidents of ours, that DRC will restore its peace. Let the nation be comforted during this time of the loss of a giant, indeed a tree that has fallen, and let the words of Nujoma keep resonating in our minds, that the nation united, or a people united, striving for common good of all people of society, will always emerge victorious. And I believe that this mantra should carry us into our new government so that everyone in this country can feel that his common good is also attended to. In the words of our president-elect, we are too few to be poor. Let the economic emancipation for which Comrade Sam Nujoma fought so vigorously become a reality in Namibia so that every child in Namibia and sit at the table of brotherhood and enjoy the fruits of this country. I thank you.
Otjozondjupa regional leaders and community members have joined other Namibians sympathizing and expressing condolence messages on the death of founding father Dr. Sam Nujoma.
Otjozondjupa Regional Council Chairperson and Ochiwarongo Constituency Councillor Marlene Bakera shared a fond memory of the late Nuyoma's passion for educating children.
His generosity and devotion to the welfare of his fellow citizens were evident in his efforts to improve the lives of the marginalized. His contributions to education, healthcare in Otjozondjupa region, such as the establishment of a school and a health center at his farm, are a testament to his selfless and love for the people. Founding father will always say, as long as I am alive, no child of a farm worker will be left out from access to school and education.
SWAPO Party's Otjozondjupa Regional Coordinator, Ims Namaseb, said the late Nujoma was a beacon of hope for all.
He was a brave, gallant son of Africa, a symbol of resilience and a beacon of hope for all who yearn for freedom. His leadership transcended boundaries, uniting us in this shared belief that no chain could forever bind the spirit of a people determined to be free. Your legacy, Comrade President, our founding president, will be our heritage to cherish and treasure forever.
Farm workers at Etunda also expressed their love and life lived with Nujoma at the farm.
I mean, he's a great leader. He gave us everything, growth, leadership, and he have done a lot for the Etunda Trust in general, or let's say in the whole Namibia, in the whole world. We think, and maybe it's the right time for him to go. We have to accept. May the soul of founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, rest in peace.
We stayed with Tatakulu for a very long time. He treated us very well and kind. He also gave us benefits such as uniforms and food parcels. He also built for us a clinic about 2 kilometers away. There is also a school, although it is not yet open, as it needs proper water supply. Once it's opened, I'm sure our children will be the happiest. We are all feeling bad about his passing and don't know how we shall continue living. He gave us this open space to operate for free. We don't pay for any water or electricity. May the soul of our father rest in peace.
The mayor of Swakopmund, Blasius Gorasip, on behalf of the residents of the coastal town, says they are grateful for the late father of the Namibian nation's exemplary leadership shown pre- and post-independence.
Yeah, on behalf of the Swakopmund Municipal Council and the entire Swakopmund community at large, we wish to express our heartfelt condolences on the passing of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding President of the Republic of Namibia. Dr. Nujoma was instrumental in the liberation struggle of this country, and we will forever cherish and remember him for his visionary leadership and his commitment to justice, equality and unity in the Namibian nation. So during this time of mourning, our thoughts and our prayers are with the Nujoma family, friends, and the entire Namibian nation. And as we salute our hero, we just want to say on behalf of Swakopmund, rest in peace, rest in vrede, kainde nawa, hamba kale, nasare. Thank you.
Children of the liberation struggle, formerly known as the Struggle Kids, residing at Brakwater Camp in Dilimani, have expressed feeling of hopelessness following the death of Sam Nujoma, whom they described as their father.
38-year-old Simon Pinda says she has lost hope when she heard the sad news. Pinda describes Sam Nuyoma's death as a big loss not only to the Namibian nation, but to Africa as a whole. She stated that they have been living at the Dilimani camp for almost 10 years now, after being brought there under the directive of President Nangolo in 2015. They fear, with the founding father now gone, their plea of fighting unemployment will fall on deaf ears.
We are saddened by the loss of our Tate Kulu, Tate Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. He has left us in the bush, and we were born in the bush. We are drowning in sorrow because we do not know whom we can look up to. His death has brought sadness to us because some of our people died and some of our parents during the war. We are orphans. Many of our parents have died. Thus, it is a sad day. We are saddened as children born in exile. If we are thinking about Tate Sam or when we hear his name, he is our father and mother. He brought us back from exile, back to Namibia. We are not happy. When we heard the news yesterday, most of us handled the news badly because we thought to ourselves, who else is there who will hear our cries as struggle kids? Who else knows us? Who else knows the pain we went through? He left us scattered and destituted.
Another Dilimani camp resident, Esther Nyifelwa, applauded late Nujoma for recognizing them and supporting the body that represents them, NECA.
We received the news of the passing of Tate Kulu and has shattered our hearts because we looked up to him as our father since most of our parents have already passed on. Although he never used to come to our houses, we knew he was our father and mother. Even when we speak of the original SWAPO, he was the original SWAPO. He created the Namibian Exile Kids Association, NECA, that is the body we go through when we are seeking employment. He was the elder for NECA and gave it over to the now President Nangolo to head it. This is just to say now we have no hope and we don't know who we can run to. When we used to consult and look for employment, we had the excuse of reminding them the directive Sam Nujoma gave. But now we might just be told that Sam is nowhere.
Hendrina Cagnolo, NBC News, Windhoek.
Cabinet members NBC spoke to described the late founding President Sam Nujoma as a father figure who united irrespective of ethnic and racial differences. The cabinet also praised Nujoma for standing firm in his belief that every child deserved an education.
The liberation fighter, in his acceptance speech on 21 March 1990, emphasized the importance for Namibians to take the destiny of the country in their own hands and, among other things, to make great efforts to forge a national identity based on a common resolve and unity of purpose and action. He believed that unity was essential for peace and development. After Namibia gained independence, Nujoma introduced the policy of national reconciliation, a step towards healing a nation that was divided by colonialism and apartheid. The ministers recalled and expressed gratitude to the late Nujoma for leaving the country with a strong foundation that he built for Namibians and executives to run with on the long run, adding that the nation now runs united.
He, after independence, and even before independence, during the time of preparation for our elections, he pronounced a policy of national reconciliation. A team that he led, that is SWAPO, as a liberation movement, and a team of leadership inside country and also outside the country. he coherently managed to put his leadership together.
President Nujoma has contributed vigorously to this nation since the beginning, when he started driving the revolution, by mobilizing the Namibian people, irrespective of race, ethnic groups, a process which was not an easy one.
Nujoma have left legacy of unity and peace. Reconciliation is one of the issues, even though others are still opposing it, that there's no document. But by his words, he stood by himself and definitely have made sure that reconciliation between the two forces or the two enemies, they have to know each other. They are Africans, they are Namibians.
He was such a military strategist and a tactician as he guided the arms liberation struggle to its logical conclusion.
It was indeed a great inspiration for us who believe in education. President
Yoleni Shiapela, NBC News, Windhoek.
As the country reflects on the late founding president's contributions to Namibia's independence and its development, the NBC News team took to the streets of Windhoek to hear from ordinary citizens.
The legacy of late founding President Sam Nujoma continues to spark conversations across the nation and the impact he had on the country. NBC spoke to residents of Windhoek, especially those living in the Okapale informal settlement and Ochomise. Here is what they had to say about the leader who played such a significant role in shaping the nation's history.
I am deeply saddened by the news of our founding president's death. My heart is broken. I don't know where Namibia will go from here. It feels unreal.
As we grew up, our parents taught us a lot about him and taught us how they were led by him during the war. This news really touched us, especially for this country's independence.
Seeing a great figure like Sam Nujoma in Africa or in Namibia is something very, we're supposed to call it a dark days to us, because he's the person whom we know that is the founding father of our country. At the same time, is the one who combined the soldiers from both sides.
When our fathers were in the war, this country is independent because of him. Are sad, and it has touched our hearts, but we thank God for giving us such a great leader. We learned so much from him. God gave us this leader, and now he has taken him from us. Above all, he lived to an old age, and we thank God for allowing him to spend so many years with us. For younger Namibians who didn't experience the liberation struggle, here's what they should know about the late Sam Nujoma.
They must take an example of doing positive things in life so that they can also be recognized as heroes.
We will tell the children that Sam Nujoma helped make this country independent and now is no longer with us. We will say that we are in an independent country because of him. In some countries, there is war and people are suffering from hunger. It is said that when a country has no peace, there will be war. This means he brought us peace, and peace brings many good things.
They must know that before that time he was in exile, we were suffering, and he dedicated his life to give us freedom. Therefore, they must know that it is because of him we are, or they are going to have that celebration which they used to call independence. It was because of him.
Martha Mwafangeo, NBC News, Windhoek.
As Africa and the world still mourns the death of the fiery freedom fighter Sam Nujoma, Professor Geoffrey Kiangi, a Tanzanian scholar and close friend of the late Sam Nujoma, praises Namibia's founding father for his remarkable leadership. In an exclusive interview with TBC News, Prof. Kiangi highlights how Nujoma's ability to unite and mobilize international support played a crucial role in Namibia's liberation struggle. He further reflects on Nujoma's significant contributions to Namibia's political and economic growth post-independence. Faida Ngaga takes us through the profile of Sam Nujoma, his journey, his impact on the liberation movement, and his lasting legacy in Namibia's development.
A leader, a revolutionary, and a symbol of resilience. Samuel Shafishuna Nujoma, the man who led Namibia to freedom and shaped its destiny. Born on May 12, 1929 in northern Namibia, Nujoma grew up witnessing the injustices of colonial rule under South African occupation. Driven by a vision for a free Namibia, he became an advocate for liberation at an early age.
There was two alternatives. If we fail through diplomatic activity and the political campaign at the international level, we launch the armed struggle. And this is what we did. Oh, of course, the armed struggle took longer.
Nujoma's journey toward Namibian independence was deeply intertwined with Tanzania. In 1960, he established the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, and after a period in New York, returned to Tanganyika in 1961. There, with the support of President Julius Kambarage Nyerere, he set up SWAPO's provisional headquarters in Dar es Salaam. Tanzania became a crucial base for SWAPO's operations, providing training and resources essential for the liberation movement.
So we were able to train our combatants, the People's Liberation Army Namibia, planned SWAPO's military wing. We were able to attack the enemy and defeat the enemy at the battlefront.
After nearly 3 decades in exile, Sam Nujoma returned home to lead Namibia's first democratic elections. On March 21, 1990, he was sworn in as the country's first president, marking the dawn of a new era.
I move in the name of our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent.
As president for 3 consecutive terms, Nujoma spearheaded economic reforms, education initiatives, and infrastructural development, laying a foundation for Namibia's future.
Dr. Sam Nujoma is an iconic figure in Namibia. He has spearheaded many revolutionary things and economic development in the country. Today, Namibia enjoys a great number of professions in a varied number of fields. In another area where his impact is significant is in the infrastructural development. Namibia has got very good roads, and at one time Namibia was assessed as the country that has the best road network in Africa. Another area that Dr. Nujoma will be remembered very well in Namibia is in economic development. He initiated the Vision 2030, whose aim was to propel Namibia to become a developed economy by the year 2030. Recently, through the assessment by experts, Namibia has been found to be in the top middle class economy, just one step before becoming a developed economy.
His passing marks the end of an era, but the principles of unity and freedom continue to inspire both nations.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has declared a mourning period in honor of founding President Sam Nujoma who passed away Saturday evening.
Diaz-Canel has declared an official mourning period which started at 600 hours in the morning today, Monday the 10th of February, until midnight tomorrow, Tuesday the 11th of February. The Cuban president also declared a national mourning period from Wednesday the 12th of February from 6 in the morning until midnight on Wednesday. During the mourning period, the Cuban flag is flown at half-mast at all public buildings and military institutions. Diaz-Canel says Cuba and its people learned with deep sadness about the death of the founding president, who he refers to as a dear friend of Cuba. He points out that Nujoma demonstrated a special affection for Cuba throughout his life and was a fervent promoter of solidarity and cooperation with Cuba, never ceasing to recognize and appreciate Cuba's role in the liberation of Africa. Diaz-Canel says Cuba and its people will always be grateful for Nujoma's support in the fight against the economic blockade of the United States of America against Cuba. In 1991, the late founding president was awarded the Order of José Martí, the highest national honor of Cuba.
In other developments, French President Emmanuel Macron says Europe needs to become more competitive in the world of artificial intelligence. He has been speaking at a gathering of world leaders and tech executives in Paris. Al Jazeera's Natasha Butler reports from Paris, France.
Artificial intelligence is rapidly reshaping our lives. At an AI summit in Paris's Grand Palais, tech leaders from around the world exchanged ideas and shared innovations.
This is our AI companion. It's called Amy, which is AI and me. So it's a little bit of play on words here. But ultimately, it's accessible to anyone that has a device.
This South African company's created a chatbot that offers healthcare advice, particularly to teenagers who might not be able to access confidential help and care. Proof this developer says that AI can be a force for good.
I think there's a lot of misinformation around AI at the moment. There's also a lot of excitement and a lot of opportunity. The really big focus is around bridging the gap based on the tools that we have available and making it accessible. So it's around meeting people where they are. And I think the really important part of this is around education. It's around informing our users what is available and making sure that there is trust and there's credibility.
Nearly 80 world leaders are attending the summit, including US Vice President J.D. Vance. The US is competing with China to dominate the AI landscape. China's Vice Premier Zhang Guoqing met the event's host, French President Emmanuel Macron, at the Élysée Palace. Macron's announced a more than $100 billion investment in AI in France. He says Europe must not get left behind in the AI race.
And because we are in this situation to clearly trigger a European move, we want to accelerate on two things. One, more Europe. For me, this summit is not just the announcement of a lot of investment in France. It's a wake-up call for a European strategy.
Europe's
Good afternoon from the Met Office. This evening we are expecting heavy storms in the central northern region, and only two places recorded rainfall yesterday. That's Kransness on the outskirts of Windhoek, spilling 15.5 millimeters, and Otavi here once again with 1.8, and any burst of rain this evening is caused by this low pressure system sitting here ready to deliver some heavy showers across the northeast of the country. And make no mistake, the central northern region expects some heavy showers this evening, and crystal clear across the southern part of Namibia. Very hot temperatures expected and plenty of sunshine on the offer, and this is where you need to be very careful. Temperatures likely to climb up to 40 Celsius for Keetmans and perhaps even 41 Celsius in Mariental as we get to the second part of the day. The rest of us expect upper 30s temperatures this afternoon. And along the coastline, we expect the highs of 28 into spots that are Walvis Bay and Liders as we get to the latter part of the day. And that's it from us. I'll see you again. Goodbye. Thank you, Vilhor. Please note that the NBC will broadcast live at 14:30 a special parliamentary session where MPs will pay tribute to founding President Sam Nujoma. From all of us in Studio One, it's goodbye.